morning, everybody, and welcome back. After a very
Testing 1, 2.
should be fine. Yeah. As I was saying, good morning to everybody, and welcome back after a very exacting 2 weeks. We are starting. Thank you, Ms. Sildo.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Morning, Chair, morning, Commissioners. Chair, today from the 1st of June, we start with the Port Shepstone drug bust stream, and that should take us to the 5th of June for the whole week. Before we do so, there are some housekeeping matters to dispose of, and I would like to take the opportunity to do so.
I think I will also add my housekeeping matter as well. Let's hear you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The first is, Chair, you will recall that we had issued a subpoena for General Sinona to appear on the 18th of May, 2026. On the 18th of May, we moved for a postponement for his appearance. The reasons were set out in large part in his lawyer's correspondence, and we accepted some of the reasons advanced. Though we didn't accept all, we concluded that some were valid enough to justify a postponement. On the day, the Chair then stood General Sinona's testimony down to the 1st of June. In preparing for this week, the witnesses we have, we prepared a schedule. The result of the schedule is that General Sinona is anticipated to take the stand only on the 5th of June. But because he's under subpoena and order by the Chair to be present today, he's availed himself, and he appears with our request that you stand him down to the 5th of June, Chair. Thank you. I see that some familiar faces. I don't know if that's General Sinona's legal representatives, and if they are, if perhaps I may invite them to place themselves on record. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners. Rihanna Talkumba, Johannesburg Bar, and I appear with my instructing attorney, Rudolph Baloyi, for Major General Sinona.
Good morning, Ms. Talk.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
With your leave?
Sorry?
With your leave,
Yes.
we're indebted to the evidence leader. It is indeed so that on the papers before us, Major General Sinona's evidence has stood down to the 5th of June. Chair, there is one particular issue that we'd like to place on the record and that we seek clarity in terms of. And we do so out of extreme caution, just to ensure that Major General Sinona is not placed under any undue pressure. There are 3 operative summonses issued against the General. The first summons was issued on the 29th of April this year. And these summonses were issued after the Major General tendered his evidence between the 27th and the 29th of January. That summons called upon him to appear on the 8th of May. My learned colleague correctly points out that when the matter appeared on the 8th of May, it was then stood down by yourself, Chair, to the 1st of June. Subsequent to that, on the 19th of May, the Commission issued another summons. That summons, the Commission noted, inadvertently replicated the content of the summons that was issued last year in November, and in terms of which Major General Sinona rendered evidence from the 27th to the 29th of January. As a result, on the 22nd of May, a further summons was issued. That summons purported to, and I want to loosely use the term withdraw because we just don't understand the statuses of these operative summons right now, and that's what we really just see clarity on. That summons purported to indicate that the summons...
Sorry. The second one wanted the general to appear when?
Also on the 1st of June.
1st of June, okay.
Yes, and that's a very relevant question that I'm indebted to you, Chair. So the 19th of May summons also warned the general to appear on the 1st of June. Summons was then subsequently issued on the 22nd of May, advising the general that the 19th of May summons had inadvertently replicated the content of the summons in November 2025, and that was not correct. So the summons issued on the 22nd of May was then issued under cover of an email, saying that in all probability, the general would render his evidence on the 5th of June. Now that that date has been indicated, we make no quibble with that. We accept that the Commission has clarified the date of appearance. The issue is that it was given with an instruction to ignore the summons of the 19th of May. It's not our desire to be pedantic, Chair, but the concern is that the power of a summons issued by this Commission is equivalent to that of a summons issued by the High Court. Major General Sinona was explicitly cautioned by, I think the evidence leader was Hassam SC, on the day of the implications of ignoring a summons under Section 6. So if indeed the Commission is not intent on relying on the summons on the 19th of May, we would perhaps seek a ruling from yourself, Chair, that the summons on the 19th of May is withdrawn, and just clarification that the operative summons is the summons of the 29th of April as reissued on the 22nd of May.
For the 5th, you say for the 5th
of June. And the implications go beyond this Commission. The concern is that there must be finality in terms of the document that he's required to testify on, so that he knows which evidence to testify on. The second issue that has arisen, Chair, is that we've received the Regulation 10.6 notice, and we've been asked to give a sworn witness statement by the 1st of June, which is today as well. On Friday, sometime after 4 o'clock, we were issued with a bundle of documents by the Commission containing the statements, the affidavits of 2 witnesses, and there were a number of attachments to it as well as the transcript from the evidence on the day. Chair, we're still in the process of taking instructions from our client on that very document. And given the fact that we were also attempting to prepare for the possibility of leading evidence today, because the 19th of May summons has effectively not been withdrawn, and it was reaffirmed on the 22nd of May, we were still preparing for today's hearing as well. So it became a bit of a difficulty from a timing perspective to have the sworn statement prepared for the Commission today, and we mean no disrespect to the Commission in that respect. It became a difficulty to issue the sworn statement and to take proper instruction, particularly on the annexes attached to the statement itself, given that the evidence of the witnesses who appeared before the Commission implicated Major General Sinona. So I just want to get instruction from my attorney as to when we might be able to file that statement, Chair, but we're not in a position to file the statement today, and we would seek an extension in respect thereof. So we would seek an indulgence from the Commission to file the statement by close of business on the 3rd of June, in anticipation and in preparation for the testimony to be delivered by the Major General on the 5th.
On the 5th.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Talk. Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. I do this purely for purposes of the record, because I believe that Ms. Talk inadvertently perhaps communicated the wrong position. Here is the correct position, and that is supported by correspondence between the attorneys of the Commission and General Sinona's correspondence. To the extent that it is required, we are happy to print it out and make it available. As I indicated, I made the mistake of saying that General Sinona's testimony was postponed to the 1st of June. On the 18th, Advocate Talk is correct, it's the 8th of May, so I had my date wrong. With that stand down to the 1st of June, it was sufficient at the time to communicate to General Sinona's attorneys that on the day he was scheduled to appear on the 8th of May, the chair postponed his appearance to the 1st of June. for reasons that are not particularly relevant, instead the subpoena was reissued. What then subsequently transpired, having received a correspondence from General Sinona's attorneys that was confusing to the evidence leaders and the legal team as to why they were assuming that position. On consideration of the subpoena that was reissued, it became apparent that a wrong subpoena was reissued. The letter, covering letter, speaks of the subpoena issued on the 29th of April. So when it came to reissue, the previous subpoena is what was then re-provided to him with a new date of the 1st of June. That was discovered, that was reissued on the 19th. By the 22nd of May, the error was discovered. There was telephonic conversation between the two sets of attorneys, and the correct subpoena was reissued, which is the subpoena of the 29th of April. There was an explanation that an administrative glitch crept into the system, and that is why the wrong subpoena was reissued. So it was technically a 2-day confusion that was resolved by the 22nd of May. Now, that 22nd of May reissue is in exact terms as the subpoena originally issued to General Sinona on the 29th of April. The only difference in that is the date on which he's supposed to appear. In reissuing, it was sought to clarify that his appearance is now postponed to the 1st of June. There was thereafter a Regulation 10.6 relying on the subpoena of the 29th of April served on General Sinona. The 10.6 deals with the issues he's called upon to testify to on the 29th of April and is more detailed. The 10.6, the Regulation 10.6 notice, in no way contradicts the subpoena of the 29th of June, which is the operative subpoena. So it's not a question of withdrawing the reissue of the 19th. It is correcting an error that crept in on the 19th by providing a wrong subpoena on the basis of which General Sinona had already appeared. That correction was made on the 22nd by reissuing the 29th of April subpoena. So that is where we stand. Subsequent thereto, there was further correspondence and explanation that we do not anticipate General Sinona testifying today, but because he's under subpoena, we would have to seek a formal postponement of his testimony. We proposed the 5th, as I said, based on our scheduling, and we provided that date. So as things stand, but for that glitch of the 19th of May, everything is in order. Advocate Talk speaks of statements given and transcripts last week. What she doesn't place on record that is those were provided at the request of General Sinona. General Sinona specifically listed the statements he wanted and transcripts regarding those witnesses. And this request came in last week and were duly provided. So it's not a question of us inundating General Sinona with late documents. It's in response to a question, and we fully complied. And that is the position.
Not question, but request.
Request, yes, a request. Thank you, Chair. And we complied. That subpoena requires his statement, or the 10.6 requires his statement to be provided by the 1st of June. I understand that the Advocate Talk says they are not in a position to provide it by today, end of business on Wednesday. Chair, may we make a counter suggestion that it be provided by the end of business on the 2nd, regard being had to the fact that we also have to prepare for General Sinona's appearance and to resolve the issue of exhibits, which we must still give General Sinona, that where we indicate the documents we'll be relying upon. If this is provided at the end of business on the 3rd, it leaves only the 4th to deal with all these matters, and then the General must appear on the 5th. So on that basis, we would request that these be provided on the 2nd, tomorrow, the 2nd of June, end of business day. The fact that General Sinona's statement was due on the 1st of June is a matter that the legal team for General Sinona were fully aware of by the 22nd of May, and that would be sufficient time to have prepared. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sello. Regarding the question of the subpoenas, shouldn't we just step off that one now? Because all sides are agreed that General Sinona is to testify on the 5th, rather than toing and froing on where faults or mistakes or inadvertence or whatever else, whatever those may be. Should we just step off that subject in the interest of time, and then we focus on the date for the filing of the statement?
Chair, we agreed with you. We can step off it, but I just want to indicate the reason why it was placed on record is
Yes.
the General raised the concern that he wasn't simply at liberty to ignore an operative summons.
Yes. No, I understand.
I understand the position of the evidence leaders, and I understand the Commission's workload. So it is quite probable that indeed there was a glitch. But the reality is that the summons was issued under the hand of the Secretary in the auspices of the Commission carrying out its powers as a statutory body. And the implications internally from an employment perspective, as well as from a criminal perspective, of ignoring a document of that nature was the only reason that it was placed on record.
Yes, no, I understand perfectly.
But we are inclined to agree with the Chair that we step away from that particular issue. But in the interest of certainty and clarity, and only if the Commission is so inclined, we would ask for a ruling that the summons of the 19th of May is officially withdrawn.
That is not necessary. That is totally not necessary.
Thank you, Chair. And then the second issue is that insofar as the witness statements regarding the Friday's bundle is concerned, I'm instructed that the statements were requested as early as the 4th of May. Where I think my attorney of record indicated that what was asked for was documented. Paragraph 4 of that letter says that in the event that there are additional documents and information the Commission intends to make use of during General Sinona's further appearance, we request that he be furnished with the information to enable adequate preparation for the appearance. I just make the point to request that documentation was requested earlier on. But it seems that my learned colleague and I are not too far apart in terms of the dates of the filing for the statement itself. I've proposed by close of business on Wednesday. I've done so because realistically, Chair, there are several annexes that must be gone through. We will be sitting religiously with General Sinona. And I assure you that once my attorney has given me an instruction, there's of course an undertaking before this Commission that we'll file on the 3rd. I don't want to
Yes, please continue, Mr. Hawk.
I don't want to belabor the point here. We've made our submissions. Realistically, for Major General Sinona to meaningfully engage with the evidence and take proper instruction, the realistic timeline is 48 hours, and we would request your indulgence to file a witness statement by close of business on the 3rd of June. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Talk. General, a very good morning to you.
Morning, Commissioners.
Thank you. We will stand down for a very short time. I won't say how long. We'll just indicate when we are ready. We want to talk about the timeline for the filing of the general statement. Let's adjourn.
All right, we are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are on mute or off. Thanks.
Ms. Talk, our experience is that once a statement is filed, the evidence leaders usually have to prepare bundles of documents that relate to the statement. So if that gets done only from, say, the evening of the 3rd, there's a question of when does it get finalized. And we too must get those bundles in time for our preparation as well. So there are practical considerations. You have basically the whole of today, because it's still early morning. I'm giving the ruling now. I'm no longer engaging you, Mr. Hawk. So you basically have the whole of today. You have the whole of tomorrow. That should give you, your instructing attorneys, and the general enough time to prepare and finalize the statement. A long time ago, I was also in practice, and as an advocate, a senior counsel, we used to work into the wee hours of the morning, 3, 4 a.m., and your clients would not believe it when you issue a statement and you say you worked for that long. They would say, does this counsel mean that they did not sleep at all? And yet it actually happened, and I know it continues to happen. So I will expect the same of you. So my ruling is that the statement must be filed by close of business. In fact, I could even be kind and say midnight. Would that work for you? Tomorrow, though. It should.
Ms. Tusk, I would seem to plead for midnight.
12 midnight tomorrow, Ms. Tusk. That is the ruling.
We're indebted, Chair, and I assure you nothing has changed in terms of the sleepless nights culture at the bar,
happy.
whether you're a junior or senior. So we're indebted to the Commission.
I'm happy. Thank you very much, Ms. Tao. Thank you. General, you are directed to be in attendance at 9:30 on Friday, 5 June 2026. Thank you very much, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
You are excused, Ms. Talk, and
thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, as they gather their bags, we are ready with our second housekeeping issue.
Perhaps let me just quickly deal with mine. I just wanted to say that because of serious time constraints relating to the preparation of our second interim report, the ruling on, or rather the reasons for the ruling, the reasons for the recusal order in the Mr. Brown Mokhodzi matter are not ready, but they will be circulated not later than this coming Friday.
Noted. Thank you, Chair. Chair, our second housekeeping issue is we have a witness scheduled for tomorrow. The witness himself has brought an application for a partial in-camera, which, as extradition has been served on the press and the media houses. That application has, in large part, I think, been disposed of, but my learned colleague here Mr. Sikakani will address you on that and advise the commissioners where we land on that particular application. That witness is scheduled to appear tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lolo. Yes, Mrs. Kakani.
Good morning, Chairperson and the Commissioners.
Sorry about that. Yes, Mrs. Kakani.
That is indeed. I'll try and not waste the Commission's time, given the time we've already spent. So, as my learned senior has said, we had an application from the witness who's scheduled to appear tomorrow. And that application, you should have a file which is called in-camera application. The representatives for the media are present there. They must.
Can you please place yourselves on record?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, good morning. It's a pleasure to appear before you.
Thank you.
It's Ben Winks from the South African Bar Association.
WCKS.
WICKS.
WICKS. Oh, Winks.
And I'm joined by Mr. Charles Duplessis from Willem de Klerk Attorneys. We act for Media 24, Daily Maverick, and the editors of Daily Maverick and News 24. It's correct, as my learned friend says, that an agreement has been reached and there's no dispute, as I understand it, certainly between the evidence leaders and the media, and as I understand it, with the witness as well.
Thank you. So does that mean Council will be handing up the...
Chairperson, just for the record, I was referring you to the file from the.
Thank you, Mr. Winks.
Apologies. I was referring to the application itself, the file that you should have, just to confirm the witness's agreement to the terms of the proposed draft. You'll see it at page 22 of the second folder, which is correspondence.
Yes.
Thank you. That should then confirm that all the three parties are aligned in terms of how the witness will testify tomorrow.
And for the record, the witness is called I, witness I. Thank you. Thank you. I rule as follows in accordance with the consent order. Can both counsel please clarify this? Paragraph 1 of the order, there's reference to the witness's name. And then in the agreement as well, the email, his email, it says that I give permission for the media to mention my name as it has already been mentioned. So in the ruling now, I should just mention the name because that's what the witness says.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Thank you.
We confirm, Chair.
Thank you. Now the ruling. 1. By agreement and consent between the parties, Lieutenant Colonel Duma's evidence on 2 June 2026 or until such time that he is excused by the chairperson will be heard publicly via audio link and his face or visual features will be concealed. And 2, members of the media and any person granted access to the proceedings are prohibited from publishing, broadcasting, disseminating, or otherwise placing in the public domain any image, photograph, video footage, or other visual material that may reveal or tend to reveal the face of Lieutenant Colonel Duma. I hand down the ruling. So basically, we forget about witness I then.
Indeed, Chair.
Yes.
Apologies.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
May
you,
we
Mr.
be
Wings.
excused?
You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Kekana.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Commissioners.
That would then deal with the housekeeping issues for the Port Shepstone stream. But we have Mr. Charles Colson here, who's got his own housekeeping issue to deal with. So if I may invite him, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Charles Colson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Mr. Karim had been subpoenaed to attend today. We received a medical report, and I understand Mr. Karim's legal representatives are here.
Let's adjourn perhaps, and let's adjourn and come back just now.
All right, we are ready to resume. Devices off, please. Thank you.
I hope I had already greeted you, Mr. Shaskasin.
You did, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Premier.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskasin.
Chair, there was, Mr. Karim was due to appear this morning. There's been a fairly lengthy toing and froing in correspondence, the upshot of which was that on Friday, a current medical report was furnished, a fairly detailed current medical report was furnished indicating that Mr. Karim is not fit to appear today. And I do want to emphasize that we've given an undertaking to Mr. Karim through his legal team that we won't disclose details of what's contained in the medical report. So if anything does need to be debated, can we just bear that in mind? Mr. Karim's legal team was informed that although he'd been subpoenaed today in the light of the medical report, it was not necessary for him to be here, but his legal team should be here. And we're here today. Now, from the Commission side, I do want, we sit in a difficult situation. We have 2 months of hearings left. We have allocated a slot from 29 June to 1 July to mop up all of the part-heard witnesses. And so from our side, we would want Mr. Karim to be postponed to a day between 29 June and 1 July. In our program, that is where it fits. We have other witnesses scheduled essentially until we finish for all other slots.
I saw some dates in the correspondence. What were those, Mr. Shaskasin?
So the
suggested
from Mr. Karim's team have suggested 22 to 26 June or 9 to 10 July. Those dates are not convenient to us.
To avoid arguments just around the question of dates, shouldn't we again just stand down and see if council cannot find each other, please? Please.
Okay.
You'll indicate when you are ready. Yes, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my learned friend. I had indicated to my learned friend before we started that those are the dates we are available based on our availability as the legal team. If I may ask, before I talk to my learned friend, can I try and contact the other members of my legal team with whatever those particular dates are that Mr. Chaskelson indicated, so that I can, when I discuss with him, I can tell him what our position is. And if we can't find each other, Chair, then obviously we are in your hands and you'll direct us accordingly, obviously subject to our client's fitness. So
I hope it will not get to that. I just hope council will find each other. All right. So the calling and so on will happen as we are.
If that's all right, Chair. It might be that, as with today, it's not the entire legal team is here. You know, we might have to play musical chairs ourselves.
No, we'll wait until after all of that has been done, and then the engagement that I've suggested.
I'm indebted. Thank you, Chair. And I'm grateful to my learned friend as well.
Thank you. Let's adjourn.
Tertium, once again, please make sure your devices are off. Thank you.
I don't know how to read the faces. Let's hear you. Craig.
We've reached an agreement, Chair. We've juggled our program. The 25th of June.
25 June. 25 June it is then. Thank you very much to both of you. You are both excused. 2026, I don't remember saying 2026. Thank you.
That's a salutary warning in this case, Chair.
Chair, may I just say thank you to my learned friend and the Commission's team for rearranging the dates to accommodate us. And we look forward to being back in front of you on the 25th of June, subject to the issues that you know are still outstanding. Thank you. And thank you to the Commission for accommodating us.
Thank you very much. You are both excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's the last of our in-house matters. The Chair, I think, has already disposed of what the Commissioners wanted to state.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to advise, then, we are ready to start with the first witness for the Port Shepstone stream this week, and the witness will be led by Advocate Sigals Ncube. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we've been going out so many times. We'll just sit and wait here. Good morning, Colonel Sanders.
Good morning.
It's warrant officer, sir.
Warrant officer, I'm very sorry. I think I've been reading several statements where we have colonels. I'm sorry, warrant officer. Any relation to Colonel Sanders of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm so glad you made that mistake. I've been practicing not to say Colonel Sanders so we can. Warrant Officer Sander, Chair. The witness is Carl Ronald Sander, and he's taking the oath.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, without the S at the end. Okay. And spelled S-A-N-D-E-R, the surname.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
Chair, the witness will be sworn in.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God, Commissioner.
Thank you, Warrant Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Warrant Officer. Chair, there are 3 files that should be in front of you. The one file is called Consolidated Statements and Annexures, and that contains all the witness statements that will be referenced in the Port Shepstone stream. that have been referenced thus far, with the exclusion for now of Captain Duma's statement, given the in-camera application. And then, Chair, the next file is the Exhibit File 1 and Exhibit File 2, which contains the exhibits that will be used in the Port Shepstone stream. Warrant Officer Sanders' statement, Chair, can be found in the Consolidated Statement File Section 3, and it is an annexure to Colonel Jacobs' statement, which he has submitted to the Commission for his evidence that will be tendered later this week. That statement of Warrant Officer Sander can be found in the annexure section of Section 3, and it is GYJ1. And if you could just go to that, please, Warrant Officer, Section 3, Annexure GYJ1. So it's the second green folder.
I have it, Commissioner.
Can you confirm that the statement that appears on page 1 and 2 of GYJ1 is your statement?
It is, Commissioner.
Can you confirm the correctness thereof?
Commissioner, on perusing the statement, I'll just point out on paragraph 5, I see there is a date incorrectly entered in here.
What should the date be?
It would have been 2020-0206, not 2026-0206.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, we'll get to the statement later. It is a bit unorthodox to not deal with the statement first, but I just need to place Warrant Officer's evidence in context. His statement was attached as an annexure to Colonel Jacobs' statement as part of Colonel Jacobs' explanation as to why Isipingo Police Station couldn't accept the exhibits on the 22nd of June 2021. Chair will remember the evidence of General Flynn and of, I think it's Colonel Prinsloo, about the exhibits going to Port Shepstone eventually. A key aspect of that is why it could not be stored at Isipingo. Warrant Officer Sanders' statement deals with a previous incident at Isipingo Police Station with the same exhibit clerk, Warrant Officer Perumal, and why the exhibits of his bust that occurred in February 2020 were also not stored, or why the exhibit registrar was reluctant to accept those exhibits, which is an aspect which Colonel Jacob relies upon for the decision-making that was made on the 22nd of June 2021 regarding the cocaine that was not stored at Isipingo. Upon receiving...
The Colonel Jacob statement, to which this is an annexure, it is a statement to the Commission.
It is a statement to the Commission, Commissioner Baloy, and that is in Section 3. That statement was submitted earlier last week to the Commissioners.
Did Gavin Houston Jacob?
Correct. He's a colonel. Now, once we received the annexure, this statement from Warrant Officer Sander, it appeared to us that his evidence may be necessary for the commissioners to hear. This is a kind of statement that ordinarily one would just submit to the commissioners and have it be part of the record. But it appears that Warrant Officer Sanders' name appears in many other instances related not only to the Port Shepstone theft, but other drug busts that occurred in Durban around that period. And so therefore, we subpoenaed him to appear today to give evidence. He hasn't submitted a statement. We hadn't called for a statement from him. And so, Chair will just bear with us as we go through his evidence, because we do feel that he would be able to provide the commissioners with some important answers to questions that the commissioners may have that we wouldn't ordinarily be able to get otherwise than had we not been informed of his significance in the February 2020 drug bust.
You say he has not provided a statement and that you have not asked for a statement. Is that because the one of the 20th of May was filed at the instance of Colonel Jacob?
That's correct, Chair. Yes. Thank you.
Was it this one of the 20th of May, was it obtained for purposes of the commission by Colonel Jacob?
That is correct, Commissioner Baloyi. He's provided it as part of his statement, and it was specifically done for purposes of his evidence that he will lead.
So as you say, to explain why the drugs were not, rather the cocaine or what was suspected to be cocaine, why it was not kept at Isipingo.
Indeed, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Warrant Officer, I'd just like to start because your statement doesn't deal with your, when you joined the police force and your career in the police force. Could I ask you to please just give us a brief summary of the important highlights of your career?
Thank you, Commissioner. 1986, 12/31. I was attested in the South African police. 1987, I went to college.
My apologies, Warrant Officer. Chair, the Warrant Officer did this morning provide us with just a short summary. If we can hand it up, it will be included in the exhibit bundle as CJC 246.
As I always do, I will require the attorneys to assist with where this should go. Thank you.
Yes. You'll just highlight some of the significant aspects, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. 1991, Combating of Terrorism Reaction Unit Course. 1991, Identification of Explosives. 1996, SWAT instructor. I was a training instructor for the South African Police. In 2000, I completed my detective learning program. 2002, Narcotics Investigators course. 2007, Street Survival. 2008, Tactical Survival. 2009, Analyst Notebook I2 Explorer. 2010, training presented by the DEA, Drug Identification in Clandestine Laboratories. In 2010, it's part of a SARPCO program. Drug identification and trafficking, and identification of chemical equipment used in the clandestine laboratories and manufacturing of illicit substances. In 2013, I completed a certificate in anti-corruption for practitioners. 2015, I completed a course by the NCIS, Homeland Security by the Americans, in the counter-illicit smuggling in the maritime environment. In 2015, I am qualified as a non-intimate DNA collection. I can collect non-intimate DNA from a witness or an accused. In 2023, I completed a course with the United States Drug Enforcement Agency in the new trends in clandestine laboratories and chemical monitoring. In 2024, I was able to assist in writing a course for the South African Police, which is the Specialized Narcotics Investigation Learning Program. I have done a few external courses, of which I've done the Specialized Curriculum for Customs Officers and IPR Enforcement, and I did that through the IPR Crime Investigators College. There are a few more, but that's all.
And on page 664, the training of SANEB.
I'm sorry.
Page 664. Training of SANEB/DPCI courses. What did that entail?
That's correct, Commissioner. For the last year, I began in about 2000, traveling around the country, training the different narcotics and units, crime intelligence, and organized crime. We began developing a training program. It's the program that I mentioned now. It is the Specialized Narcotics Investigation Program. There was a team of us, and that's what I did. I trained the DPCI, the SUNAP members, the station members, organised crime, crime intelligence, customs. We sit in with members from FSL as well, so it's quite a cool course.
What is that training? What does it entail?
Commissioner, it is a specialized module. We don't just tell you it's cocaine. We tell you where it comes from. We then tell you what chemicals you need to manufacture the end product. We then tell you how it's trafficked. We then teach you how to identify the trafficking measures. From there, there's law enforcement protocols that go into investigating that. Mutual legal assistance, surveillance, interception and monitoring, agent program. That is part of that. So it's something that the normal station level members do not receive. It is more for your specialized units.
And is that training program in place now?
It is, Commissioner. It's accredited and in place.
And accredited by who?
The South African Police Commissioner. And it's got a unit standard as well. It was rolled out in the end of 2024 at the Chatsworth Training College, and we had it officially accredited and passed.
And is it given to only the DPCI members or other SAPS units as well?
Commissioner, as I said, it's other SAPS members as well, but it's people that are identified in the working environment.
Okay.
When you say people that are identified, they are picked by by somebody, some system.
Correct, Commissioner. It's also people that want to have an interest. It's pointless you come sit for a couple of weeks and you don't have an interest in the topic. You've got to have an interest in the field. You've got to be passionate about it. We do a theory, and then we actually did the physical, where we took people into the airport, we took people into the port, we took people into a minus 40-degree cold storage and showed them how to work in that environment. So you got a practical feel for it. You got the theoretical feel for it, but you also had to work every night. They had theory to do. They had tests to write. It was sat in by HRD, the Human Resource Development. There's 2 sections in HR, and they then bring it through. It was myself and members from head office, and I say it was a highlight of my career.
Is it a voluntary participation program, or is there a compulsory category of people that must attend this course, or it's just a matter of if you are interested, you come and attend?
Commissioner, I would say from my side, I'm going to say I'd love every policeman to complete it. But it would be a person that is going to, obviously there'd be a budget, it's time. The police would say there's a pace for 30 members. Who is in that field, they must apply. And then the unit commanders would send those people to be enriched and developed. So it's not compulsory at this stage, but it is a unit standard to obtain while working in our division.
What would you say is its reach since it was introduced, reach in terms of the levels of participation? And I ask the question because we have had evidence previously, which you're probably aware of people who have participated in drug busts and they have absolutely no experience in that space, and they've said stuff like, smelling cocaine, they identified it by how it smells, but it's the same person who has never participated in other drug busts. So I ask in that context.
So if I'm correct, Commissioner, you're asking, has it shown something beneficial?
As in its uptake in the subs, do you find that lots of members who are potentially involved with narcotics operations do participate? So it's really a statistics question that I'm asking.
Commissioner, the people that we are training are not the people on the ground that you are hearing about. So maybe it's the wrong field. But there is interventions from the South African police to train those people. The South African police members, when we join the police, or when I joined the police, we were taught about drugs. Believe me, it's nothing what we are where we are today. I accepted it, I appreciate it, but it's not where we are today. There are different risks. The members on the scene, the members in blue, the uniform members, elements of this are taught to them, but they don't understand the risk consequence behind it. And Commissioner, I'll say this from my side because I've got the experience of it. The police wants you to compile and follow the guidelines on the crime scene with narcotics. There's a reason for it. Because if you don't, you're going to get sick. Maybe during my, while I'm giving my evidence, I'll explain to you. I've personally experienced it. My current partner that I work with got very sick. The chemicals are toxic. I have skin cancer. I cannot tell you if I got it from here or not. The chemicals are toxic. You have to take the necessary precautions while handling, while dealing, and processing them. That's why we have our protocols set up. But I am not the person that writes these protocols. It's chemists, doctors, forensic experts that wrote those protocols because they know as well those chemicals are deadly. And in the environment that we work in, we maybe the community only sees it as drugs. It's also chemicals. And some of those chemicals aren't chemicals at all. They are substances that you and I have in our kitchens. And if you interact those chemicals in the wrong way, you will get sick. So if the Commissioner asked me, did this program work? I have evidence it did work. I've had members that work at Beitbridge Border Post. They've had brilliant seizures just from stopping, observing, following the checklists, following the hints that I've given them. And they'll phone me, Warrant, this is what we told me to do. Can I do this? Yes, he did. He phones me 5 minutes later. We found it. To me, that's a major success.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. So the program that you assisted with, it includes how to manage a scene, a seizure scene, clan lab and non-clan lab.
Commissioner, that is correct. It's also part of the practicals that you do on course. You are given a practical where you are taught to wear all the correct PPE and then process that scene and then at the end produce a docket or an inquiry file. It's part of the course.
And can I just ask you on page 662, the 2015 entry there, NCIS Homeland Security, Counter Illicit Smuggling Maritime Environment, what was that?
If I'm correct, that had a lot to do with the heroin trade and the cocaine trade. So it was everything that was coming by sea. So your containerized vessels, your dhows, your fishing vessels, and it also included air transport as well. So it's your cross-border integration.
And so that was a course that you did with NCIS Homeland Security?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you been in the narcotics investigation space?
1999.
1999?
1999.
Until?
2023, 2024, Commissioner.
And where did you move to in 2024?
I was moved away from my work environment, Commissioner.
Where were you moved to?
The provincial head office under General Sonona.
As what? What specific department?
Supply chain management.
And what did that entail?
I looked after all the weapons for the KZN armory for the DPCI.
And if I could ask you, when did you move from there, if at all? And we'll get back to that.
Sorry, Commissioner, say that again.
So you were in support services, provincial support services. Are you still there now?
No, I was moved back to Economic Protected Resources in August of last year, Commissioner.
And what is that unit?
I now work with crimes against infrastructure, your power lines, your fuel, Transnet, wildlife, as well as high-profile kidnappings. And human trafficking, of course. My apologies. I'm still new at it.
Okay. We'll get to...
It's not my area of expertise, of course, and SAPS has to make its own decisions with regard to the deployments of its members. But with your expertise, which is shown from what you read and substantiated on here, and also just the evidence you've given thus far generally, it seems that you are quite experienced in narcotics, and especially you have gone so far as to say you even lectured countrywide on the subject. It just sounded to me that it's quite a waste of a resource to take you to procurement. I'm not suggesting that procurement is not important, but I'm just making a comment. I just find that very, very odd. It's just a comment, and I don't even expect you to comment.
Commissioner, may I comment?
Chair?
Yes.
You can
Yes,
comment
yes.
now, or we can get to it. Yeah, we'll get to that portion.
All
Chair.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we get to that, can I just continue with your experience in narcotics, and then we can deal with Chair's very important question. Can I ask you in the consolidated statement bundles?
Maybe before you do that, there are acronyms here that we shouldn't assume we know. At page 662, in 2010, towards the bottom of that page, Warrant Officer, you've got SAPS SARPC PCO. It has something to do with drug identification. What is that acronym for? SARPCO?
Commissioner, that is SARPCO, the South African Regional Police Commissioners, I think it's organization. It's all the people in the southern hemisphere of Africa. It's all their police members that come together. And I began attending one of their courses, and then I was privileged enough to present lectures to them. And it builds up a brilliant communication, because that is the corridor for the heroin and methamphetamine into our country. So I was presenting courses to SARPCO attendees.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I had directed you to the statement bundle, consolidated statement bundle, section 1. And it is, you'll see there's another folder in section 1, a divider, an orange divider, with General Flynn's supplementary statement.
Henrik Franz Flynn.
Yeah, supplementary witness statement.
I have it, Commissioners.
So in paragraph 3, General Flynn had created a table of drug busts that occurred in Durban, non-Clan Lab drug busts in Durban for the period 2020 to 2022. What I would like us to do is go through that table and ask you to identify all of the busts where you were involved. So the first one is 5 February 2020 at CHC Depot, 547 kilograms mandrax.
It is my case, Commissioner.
And the next one is the 8th of May 2020.
It is my case, Commissioner.
The next one, 11 August 2020, Durban, 20 kilograms of cocaine.
My case, Commissioner.
23 February 2021, 495 packages of meth.
That's methamphetamine. Yes, Commissioner. It's mine.
22nd of June 2021, 541 kilograms of cocaine.
Not mine, Commissioner.
The 30th of July 2021, Maiden Wharf, 1,000 kgs of cocaine.
That is mine, Commissioner.
The 16th of February 2022,
Commissioner, I attended the scene. I was present there, but it was not my case.
whose case was it?
It was given to, it's now Colonel Sabia.
KG Sabia.
Correct, Commissioner.
28th of November 2022, 60 kilograms of cocaine at R&D Port.
Yes, that's mine, Commissioner.
That's also yours.
They're all mine.
Okay. There is also another document that has been submitted by, which formed part of General Sinona's bundle. If I could ask you to go to that. It's in the exhibit bundle. It should be the second file, page 549.
Major heroin and cocaine seizures.
Yes, that's correct. Can we start on 550 because I think they inverted, but let's just wait for the commissioners to get it there. And you can display it if you have it available. First, we'll start on page 550.
It's Durban Central Inquiry Case 13 of 10, 2023, 228 kilograms of cocaine. It was seized at a Dubai cold storage. Yes, it's mine.
That was yours as well?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 549, are those the photographs related to that?
Yes, they had an owl on them. That would be my scene.
Okay. So that is October 2023. This is not at it's not at the harbour or a depot near the harbour. Where was this?
Commissioner, it's deemed a port operation because it's inside, it was right next to the King Shaka International Airport. It's inside an industrial space that processes goods in bondage, goods in storage, and in transit. And this was frozen chicken coming from South America into South Africa. And here we had information, and there was a shipment of cocaine hidden in between the chicken.
Okay. So, did you make any other busts after October 2023?
Commissioner, I've been part of one. I think there's another one. The cocaine was found in paint drums.
That is on page 551.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you mind telling us about that one?
But Commissioner, the case number is incorrect.
If you go to page 548, just check there. It is a description.
That would be correct, because it was at Grindrod. That is correct. It's at the Grindrod warehouse, that's correct. But on the image itself, the index to the 13 of 10, 2023 is incorrect.
Okay. So the description at 548 goes with the photographs on 551.
That would be correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Ms. Nube, if then we make the correction on page 551 so that when we read away from you and the warrant officer, we remember what it was.
We had wanted to do that, Commissioner, but it is General Sinona's document, so we're not sure if there was a reason why they had done it that way. But the warrant officer indicated to us that it's incorrect. But I'm not sure if in their records it is actually incorrect. It's not our document. Yeah.
But on our copies, because what we have are our copies Can you just lead us on what we should write?
Yes. So if warrant officer, you could go to page 548.
Commissioner?
We want to write what's correct on 551.
So 548 is correct from what I can understand.
Yes.
It was at Grindrod. It was in paint drums.
It's the inquiry number that's
It's
different.
the inquiry number that is incorrect.
So we just, where we have 13/10/2023, we simply write 10/10/2023.
Correct, Chair.
Thank you. I see you, Warrant Officer, I see you straining your ears when I speak. Am I speaking too softly?
Commissioner, I can hear you.
Yes.
My ears I have permanent tendinitis. I hear the sea all day long, so it's very fortunate. I don't need to go on holiday.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
At that 551, the correction we make, you say, is 10/10/23, but it looks like even the quantity, it says 228. Is the quantity correct?
Commissioner, I will not say that, I cannot confirm that. It wasn't my matter.
Okay.
I can confirm those are the images that were there, and I can confirm I did attend the scene.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
I think the mistake is that they confused the paint bust with the inquiry number for the paint bust with the inquiry number for the frozen chicken. So at 550, where you deal with the frozen chicken, it's 13/10/2023. But the photographs on the next page, which is 13/10/23, is not the paint, not the chicken, it's the paint. That's really where the mistake comes. So Commissioner Baloy is correct. It's not 228 kgs on 551. It should be 200. And yours is the 228 for the frozen chicken. Okay. Now, what was your involvement in the paint bust?
I was part of the team under a commander. I can say it was easy. We spotted the paint tins because of irregularities on the lids, and then we identified the cocaine and unpacked it. I did nothing further than that.
Okay. And were there any other busts before you were then moved to support services?
Not that I can recall. There was quite a few, but not that I have in front of me right now, Commissioner.
Okay. Before we deal with the reason that you were moved to support services, can you tell us more about what you were doing at support services? You mentioned firearms. What did it entail? Was it a operational position?
Commissioner, I was moved to support services due to a pending investigation of corruption. I was served a letter by General Sonona, and I was moved. I've still heard nothing.
Can we go to that letter on page 475, Commissioners, of that same bundle? 475 of exhibit bundle, the same.
Yes, this is it.
Okay. We obtained this. It's a photograph of the actual letter, but I think you have come today with the actual letter.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, we'll just wait for the Commissioner.
Sorry, we missed what you just said.
We obtained a photograph of the letter, but the warrant officer came with the actual letter, so you'll see the quality is not that great. So, warrant officer, it is a notice of temporary placement. Can you read to us what it says? Please take your time. You can start from paragraph 1.
A complaint was received on allegations of serious corruption against the above-mentioned member, who is attached to the SUNEP team at Durban Serious Organised Crime Investigation. Paragraph 2. It has been decided that Warrant Officer K.R. Sander be placed at the Provincial Support Services as from 2024-02-13 until further notice, pending the outcome of the investigation. 3. Kindly inform the member accordingly. It is signed by General Sonona, dated 2024-02-13.
Now, were you ever informed of what the serious allegations of corruption were?
Yes.
Were you informed officially in writing?
No.
Okay, how were you informed?
Verbatim in a meeting, it was myself. If I recall, it was myself, Colonel Jacob, Colonel Sabia, Brigadier Newswa, and the General Sonona.
And what were you informed about?
I was told that an email had been sent to the National Head Office that I was accused of supplying or facilitating the supply of narcotics to the Florida Road nightclub syndicates.
And did you ever get an outcome of what the investigation?
No, Commissioner.
Formally, no.
No, Commissioner.
Unofficially?
Yes, Commissioner.
Unofficially, you were informed of the outcome?
No, Commissioner.
Okay.
Unofficially, I found out that the inquiry was closed. I think it was in 4 days or 5 days. The inquiry was given to members from Port Sheps and DPCI. It was allocated to them. Unofficially, I found that that inquiry was closed within 4 days. It was filed negative.
When you say within 4 days, do you mean 4 days from 13 February 2024?
No, Commissioner. From the time that it was opened to the time that it was closed.
Yes.
The time of me being placed and the time of the inquiry are different.
Okay, all right. And besides this letter at page 475, did you ever receive any communication, anything in writing, either from General Sinona or the provincial commander? Did you ever get anything
Besides
in writing?
this?
Besides the letter at page 475?
There is other letters that came. Commissioner, as a result of this, I was sitting now in an environment where they say I am not in active duty.
No, I'm talking letters that relate to what appears to have been a disciplinary process that was intended.
Nothing.
Letters relating to that.
Nothing.
So this is the only letter you received?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And till today, you don't know officially what the outcome of the investigation is?
That is correct, Commissioner. And even before this, I even said to Colonel Jacob, I said, all I want is my name cleared. Give me the letter, clear my name.
And how did you get to hear that the inquiry was closed within 4 days of its commencement? How did you get to hear about that?
I asked someone to check the inquiry number on CAS.
And they came back saying that it was closed.
Closed.
And you yourself never saw anything showing that it was indeed closed?
No, Commissioner.
And were you ever placed on suspension?
No, Commissioner.
You were then moved from support services at some point.
Maybe before you move on, at the time, who did you report to? Who was your immediate superior?
I fell under Captain Van Niekerk. There is a colonel, and then Colonel Zikali, and then Brigadier Mulligan, and then obviously it's the two seniors, which is Brigadier Newswa and General Sonona. We're all on the same office.
So of the people that were in the room with you when you were told about this email that has come to head office, was any one of them your immediate superior, one of the people that
all
you
of
report
them.
to?
My immediate superior was Colonel Jacob.
At the time?
Yes.
Okay, and he was in the room?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever get to see the email complaint against
Never.
you? And when you find out that the investigation or the inquiry is closed, did your immediate superior speak to you about it ever?
No.
Nothing. And it continued to be, at the time that you find that it is closed, your superior continued to be Colonel Jacob?
So technically, yes, because my post never changed on the system. I'm actually gone back to my very same office at my old office. So my post was still there. I plug my computer in, I log in. I still have the same title. But when you work at another office, we have obviously a job description in JD. So I had 2 PEPs, one for support services and one for DPCI, Serious Organized Crime SUNEP. So I had 2 jobs that were running.
Thank you.
And whilst at support services, what was your experience in the working environment?
For me, it was prison. The people I work with, amazing. I'll say that over and over again. Incredible humans. I learned a lot, but there was a post that I applied for. During the post, they do a financial vetting, and it came up that I was a director of a shooting club. I'm not going to mention the name if that's fine. It's part of all of my police members. I'm the vice chairman of the police shooting club. Half of the KZN shooting club, we're all members of the same club as well. We preserve the bank account to stop people changing the name or committing fraud. By doing so, our treasurer registered a company. But it's a non-profit company. I was charged for running a business without telling the police that I had an interest in a business. The outcome of that was a verbal warning by Colonel Jacob.
But this was after the allegations of corruption and you were moved to support services?
It is after, but it's during as well, Commissioner.
Yes. And that was also in 2024?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And your engagements with General Sonona while at support services, how were those engagements?
I don't engage with General Sonona, Commissioner.
And you say that other than General Sonona, there was also Brigadier Nuswa. Was he also at that same office where you were?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. When you then move from support services, you go with...
Commissioner, I was called to Brigadier Nuswa's office. He was told I'm going back to my old office, but I was being moved. I wasn't allowed to work narcotics. And Commissioner?
Continue.
But prior to this, they wanted to stop all my scarce skills. And this had resulted in me getting legal counsel, drafting long statements, and we served a notice on then it was Colonel Jama. Colonel Jama was acting on behalf of General Sonona. She served the notice to suspend all my salaries and my incomes, and I challenged it. To that, I never received a response, but I did get the verbal response of Brigadier Nuswa telling me that I'm going back to operational space. But I was told I was not allowed to work narcotics.
Just explain, you say your scarce skills were stopped. What are we talking about when you say scarce skills were stopped?
Commissioner, in the DPCI environment and the organized crime environment, FSL, task force and stuff like that, certain skills, you get a financial remuneration. For the Commissioner, I get 1,000 rand. That's my scarce skill.
An allowance, scarce skills allowance.
It means a lot to me, though.
Yes.
It's 1,000 rand. I've been receiving it since its inception, and I'll work for it. It's mine. I was then told, but now remember, on top of that now, there's no more danger allowance. So I lose my danger allowance, my operation allowance. So it's financially, it's a huge knockdown now to be sitting in an office. I have the court papers here if the commission wants it. When I say court papers, my legal bundle, which I served on Colonel Jama. They moved me. There's still no answer. And I said, you moved me. How can you take my money away when nothing has happened? And then I was moved back to my working space.
That was then the scarce skills allowance restored?
It was never touched.
When you were returned?
They never touched it, Commissioner. It's maybe the correct wording is, it was a notification to suspend your allowance.
And it was never suspended?
They never touched it.
Okay.
I still receive it as we speak, Commissioner.
Okay.
So you were moved to support services in February of 2024, and when do you then move out of support services?
2025-08 in August.
And that's when you were moved to the economic
Protected Resources.
And what do you do there?
I'm busy with human trafficking investigations. I'm busy with quite a few investigations into non-ferrous syndicates, fuel pipelines, infrastructure damage. I've got a wildlife one at the moment with people poaching out at sea. It's quite interesting.
You had mentioned earlier that when they moved you verbally, they said that you would not go back to narcotics.
Correct.
Were you given a reason as to why not?
No.
Why do you think you were moved in February 2023?
Am I allowed to say? I think I was standing on their toes.
Can you just elaborate on that?
Maybe being too successful, too many good recoveries, understanding how the syndicate works, understanding who the different role players in the environment were.
But shouldn't everybody within the force be happy about that?
We should be promoted to actually make that bigger and go further.
I guess what I'm trying to establish is why something that has all the hallmarks of a disciplinary process should be instituted against you when, as you say, you were quite successful. Should those that purported to institute this disciplinary process not actually have appreciated what you were doing? I guess that's another way of trying to get an answer to Ms. Seegers-Ngube's question.
Commissioner, it's very difficult for me sitting here because, as I say, I don't have a statement or anything like that, and now we're talking of a different subject. And it has affected where I am. And Commissioner's question is so valid, I could answer it for days. I'll give the Commissioner an example. The police has excellence awards. But you, as a policeman, to get the excellence award, have to motivate yourself to get the award. It's not your commander who says, well done, warrant officer, you did this, I'm going to put a letter in for you. It's the other way around. I must write my own story and hand it in to get the award. So management is getting the accolades, they get their pep, they get their accolades as commanders. But you as the members that do the work do not get the recognition the other way around. It's confusing, but that's how it works. So in answering your question, Commissioner, is the teams that work with me, I never work alone. The teams that work with me, they don't get recognition. Myself, there's no recognition. Maybe if you can go to my personal file and find a letter of recognition, I'll be happy because I haven't seen one.
You were asked the question, why do you think you were moved? And you say, I think I must have been stepping on their toes. I'm not asking you the they to name the they that you refer to there. But here's the question. did you have reason in these operations that you were doing, taken together? Did you get to a point where you had reason to suspect that some of your colleagues, whoever they are, may be involved or have an interest in these operations? I'm not asking you to mention names, but to understand what your answer means.
Thank you, Commissioner. Prior to me being moved, this investigation of the corruption, myself and my immediate commander were not seeing eye to eye due to, let's just say, there was allegations of theft of exhibits going missing, dockets going missing. I filed a complaint like that.
About that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes.
And I don't think management took like to that. That would have been the start. I then applied for a transfer from the DPCI to organized crime at the provincial head office. So it would have been to the 14th floor under, it would have been under General Sabia, or sorry, Brigadier Sabia. The same working environment. If you ask how to challenge a system as a junior, you learn quickly that you can't. I applied to go as an investigator at Durban Central. That application, I cannot tell you how, which magic spell was cast, was changed to Durban Central Charge Office. And the transfer was approved, not to so remember the questions being asked now. Do you have scarce skills? Yes. Are you an investigator? Yes. At that time, there was a policy in place to retain detectives, people with scarce skills. So that is why in my application for a transfer, I asked to go to an investigative field. But the transfer was changed to go to the Durban Central Charge Office with a post number. When that came to our head office HR, they said, "Are you aware of this?" And I said, "Oh, your transfer is approved." And I said, "Okay, I'm very happy, thank you very much." And I said, "It's Durban Central Charge Office." When I went to the HR at our provincial office, I was told, "Rather just go sit in your office, drink your coffee. You are now fighting big people, leave it." And I took that advice. You comply. But I cancelled my transfer. And I stayed at SCM until where I am to today.
This complaint that you say you filed about missing dockets and exhibits, you would have, I assume it's a complaint in writing.
Yes, Commissioner.
When is this in terms of time? Which year are we talking about?
It's prior to this happening, Commissioner.
Prior to you being moved
Yes,
out
Commissioner.
of this? And who do you submit that kind of complaint to?
I recall the original email went to, it was then Captain, I can't recall if it was a Captain or Lieutenant, KG Sabia, but it was for the attention of then Lieutenant Colonel Gopalsamy, and then following the ranking trail going up.
Yes. And that complaint, what kind of detail does it have? Do you list incidents specific, case numbers, exhibits, and
it's very specific,
it's
Commissioner.
that specific. Okay. All right, thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to find out when are we taking the tea adjournment, if at all?
Let's adjourn and come back at 10 to 12. Yes, Ms. Sigels-Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer, before we continue with the next topic, I just want to deal again with what was happening at support services. And I know you've given your reason. You say you thought that you were moved, you think that you were moved to support services because you were stepping on toes, on their toes. And we are not asking you who you are referring to as they, but how were you stepping on their toes? You said being too successful, but why would that be seen as stepping on the toes of the people that are now moving you?
Commissioner, a syndicate has many toes, if I can say that. There's toes to move a product, there's toes to drive the product, there's toes to ship the product, there's toes that give legal advice, there's toes that possibly sit in the prosecution, and then there's toes that sell the drugs. When I say toes, toes attached to those human people. If I hit their runners, I'm standing on their toes. If I take their drugs away at the wholesale division, that's costing them a lot of money. It's a lot of money. You stand on their toes. If you stand on their toes, it causes a person to say, ouch. They don't like doing that. They want you to also be ouch.
But our focus here is within SAPS. On what you are saying, one would be led to believe that perhaps you are talking about if there is such a thing, the real drug dealers. And yes, I would imagine they could, if they do not actually do so, use SAPS members. But from what you are saying, one just thinks of the drug dealers themselves, excluding, for example, corrupt members of SAPS. So the disciplinary process here was brought by people from SAPS. And the question is why this would have been done to you, and then you talk about stepping on toes. So what exactly are you saying? Insofar as SAPS is concerned, and insofar as SAPS is instituting a disciplinary process and ends up moving you to, I'll just say procurement. I've forgotten the term you use.
Commissioner, in short, I'm just going to say maybe I became a thorn in their side because I was interfering with their supply chain. And for the supply chain to work correctly, you need, and I'll say it, you need a corrupt policeman there. You need a corrupt customs official, you need a corrupt policeman. Then your system flows. That's how the system works.
Your belief is that SAPS instituted the disciplinary process against you because you were disruptive of the drug, or rather drug dealing.
Yes, Commissioner, how else was I finding the stuff? I was obviously asking, for me, I'm saying I was asking the right questions, but for them, they were saying I was asking the wrong questions. I was finding the storage depots. I wasn't finding 1 bag, 2 bag, or 3 capsules. I was finding a ton, 200 kilos, 600 kilos, 30 kilos at a time. I was finding it in a ship out at sea before it even came to Durban. I was finding it hidden somewhere. And they, maybe just the way I worked, I did not share that with them. So they become suspicious of my techniques and my technology. But it was just, in actual fact, a very good working relationship with different role players and eventually some very good informers.
I assume you mean sharing the information. The sharing there sounds bad. It's as if you are not sharing the drugs with them. You are not sharing the information on how you are so successful with the drug busts.
Commissioner, I don't know how to say it. Maybe we will get there in other evidence. If I can have 2 minutes of your time to tell you how we disrupt them getting the stuff and the different techniques, but it's going to expose undercover operational techniques.
I think just I don't think you should get into that detail, because then it will alert the drug dealers on how you operate, and they will then find ways to get around that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask a question and hope it doesn't get us back to what the Chair is trying to be cautious about? You said some words back that there has to be, and I think you were explaining how traffickers succeed. And I think one of the things you said was, for example, there has to be a corrupt police officer. There has to be a corrupt customs official for that chain to succeed ultimately. Can I ask you to just elaborate a bit there, the role of a corrupt customs official, for example, in facilitating this, what role they would play, the corrupt police officer, in this chain that ultimately sees a successful trafficking of drugs to their final destination?
Commissioner, I believe the advocate asked me about the CHC seizure. If I deal with that, that will give you, the Commissioner, a good example of how the information of a corrupt SARS official came about. And then the steps taken after that.
All right, I'll leave it
Can I do that?
I'll leave it to Ms. Seegers to
Yes, we'll get to that, yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to close off your movements within DPCI so that we can then get to your statement and then we can deal with the other factual stuff. So what I wanted to find out from you insofar as your time at support services is you're not on suspension. You've been moved there because of serious corrupt allegations, which you weren't given formal notification of what they entailed. What I want to understand is why they would move someone who's being accused of serious corruption to support services. Is it considered a safe place? I mean, you mentioned supply chain management. Is it a safe place to put somebody who's being accused of serious corruption?
Commissioner, I don't want to say the location of where it is. Let's just say my office, I had a vault full of fully automatic weapons at my disposal. Not one, not two, a lot. As I said, I took over the armory for the DPCI. There's documentation. I've signed the handing over. I was responsible for an audit, a good audit, if I may add. The SCM team there is amazing. We got a clean audit from the Auditor General for all our weapons and ammunition. If I was corrupt, I wouldn't sell drugs, I'd sell guns. My field of expertise is weapons.
And so in that position, you described it as being in a prison.
Commissioner, I work outside. I'm an outdoor person. You clock in through a checkpoint in the morning. You clock out at a checkpoint. There's no time. You cannot go out at a certain time. My only safe space was my coffee machine, and then they stole my coffee machine inside the DPCI. Sorry, I'm laughing about it. It's still so annoying. And I had to get polygraphed because of the theft of my own coffee machine.
Who asked you to be polygraphed for the theft of your own coffee machine?
General Sonona. There were other exhibits, there were other items that were going missing in the environment. And again, I was seen as a suspect, and I had to go and get polygraphed for the theft of my own coffee machine.
Do you know if you passed?
I passed. I just want my coffee machine back.
Did you get it back?
No. No.
Okay. Warrant officer, so when you move from supply chain management to in August 2025 to the let's just call it the anti-human trafficking division, what is your experience like when you're now in that unit?
I'm dealing with some pretty high-profile cases. I believe one has been called up at Madlanga a few times now, and at another commission with DPP. I have that matter at the moment. I have, as I said, wildlife and fisheries, illegal poaching on our coastline. I've got human trafficking with people going to Cambodia that were trafficked, nearly 200 and something people. So I think they're high-profile and with some form of expertise, or let's call it, you don't want a corrupt person investigating them, but here I am, I'm investigating them.
And have you ever tried to get back to narcotics?
I'd love to go back, but I can't.
And why do you say you can't?
Here we are in Madlanga today. I'm giving evidence about the people that I work with, or giving testimony about different things. It's just not a very happy space.
So your intention is then to stay where you are?
I'm happy. It's a nice group to work with. We're actually doing very well.
And who do you report to?
Colonel Jacob.
Okay. So you still report to Colonel Jacob?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just ask, how long have you been a warrant officer?
2003.
Since 2003?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, unless the commissioners have any other questions about your history, I'd like to move over to your statement, your witness statement.
Maybe let me ask, this allegation against you, this email that was sent that you're supplying narcotics to, I think you said on Florida Road, to people on Florida Road, were you given, other than that statement, that there's an allegation that you're supplying narcotics, were you given any further detail of it as to what exactly you're alleged to have supplied? Who are the people that you're supplying to? When was this?
Commissioner, the answer is no.
You never got that detail?
None of any of your statement right now. The answer is no, 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 no.
So you don't even know who the source of that email to head office, if there is an email to head office?
No, there was an email.
There was an email.
The general had an email, but I wasn't allowed to read it.
You don't know who it comes from?
No.
So you didn't see it, that email?
It could also be a false email.
That's what I'm asking. It could have been an email that says, "Hi, how are you?" to anybody, but because you didn't see it, you don't know if that email that was being waved around contained the allegation against you.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
But, Commissioner, from my side, if I may, it's false.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we then go to your statement, which is an annexure to Colonel Jacob's statement? It's in the consolidated statement file under section 3. And it's the second folder under section 3. You can just look at the tab GYJ1.
Have it, Commissioner.
Now, before I ask you to read the statement, can I just ask you, how did it come about that you prepared this statement?
Commissioner, I was called by Colonel Jacob. No, I wasn't called by him. It was either my office is right below his office. I am applying for early retirement, and my exit interview and my paperwork has to be done by Colonel Jacob. And I believe it was in the process. Then I also do our group returns, and we talk about cases and convictions and stuff like that. So there was obviously admin that also needed to be done in Colonel Jacob's office. And when I was in his office, he said to me he'd been approached and he had to give a statement for Madlanga. He wanted just to confirm a version of his regarding a seizure that I had made at CHC. I seized quite a large consignment of mandrax at the premises, and he was rebutting a statement made by General Flynn.
Okay.
He said he'd prepared a statement and that he just needed me to sign it. He read it at first. I wasn't happy with what he'd written, and I said to him he needed to edit a few things. He did such, and he asked me to sign it.
So did he draft the statement that we have on as GYJ1?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
I did ask that there was no case number on the top of the statement. He said he didn't require a case number on the top of the statement. The pages weren't indexed or paginated. He said it was sufficient, and I left it at that.
Just before I get to the statement, you said that you've applied for early retirement.
Correct, Commissioner.
Do you mind me asking if it is related to your work or is it for personal reasons?
Yes.
Which?
It's related to work. And the police has given us an early retirement benefit at the moment. It's a no-brainer. It's suitable. After this year, I've got 40 years service. I wanted 42. I'll take 40. I'm not going to get promoted. I was shortlisted previously. Thank you for that. I did not get the posted asset forfeiture. But if I'm correct, there won't be another notch increment, or I won't qualify for any further promotion in the SAPS at my current rank. So for me not to take the benefit, it's actually nonsensical. There's quite a few other fellow members that we're all applying to leave.
It seems, maybe to state the obvious, quite a shame that with the amount of experience that you have in matters relating to narcotics, you would leave early, but also because of circumstances in the work environment. This application for early retirement, is it a given that it succeeds, or it's subject to SAPS management deciding that we still require your skills and we want to retain you?
That is correct, Commissioner. There's quite a little lengthy Bible that you fill in, and one of the questions they ask you, have you transferred your skills? I said, how do you transfer your skills in 2 months?
Yes.
That's impossible. That's impossible. 40 years of skills, how do you transfer it in 2 months?
What's your answer? Is your answer that it's subject to management approval? You've applied. Is it a given?
God willing, I've applied it to get approved.
Okay, so it may not be approved.
Don't say that.
No. Okay, I'm having a theoretical discussion with you that theoretically, the way the system works, I'm asking a systems process, the way the system works, it's in the realm of possible outcomes.
That is correct,
There could be a decision, and which is a good faith decision, let's say, good faith, because someone thinks you should go back to narcotics and we need you there for another 10 years. I'm asking that kind of question. You nod. You agree that?
I agree with you, Commissioner.
Okay.
That, to me, if I was the commissioner of the police and you had to read certain people's performance and stuff, and you say, yes, that person can do this, okay, come back, I want you to do that. I agree, Commissioner. The skills retention, if I may, I have asked her permission. My current partner, her and her sister are twins. She's the kennel master, and my current partner is one of the old Golden Diamond people. So when she leaves in October, you've got no more qualified Golden Diamond people in Durban, KZN. So who's going to have the expertise, the valuation of diamonds, the valuation of gold, identification of platinum, and all the necessary? It's gone. That vacuum, that space can never be filled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Can we now go to your statement? Can you read it from paragraph 1?
I'm a detective warrant officer in the South African Police Service.
Don't read your personal number.
I'm attached to the Directorate for Proprietary Crimes Investigation, Serious Organised Crime Investigation, based at 136 Margaret and Gardy Avenue, Durban. My cell phone number is.
How long have you been in DPCI, serious organized crime?
Commissioner, we were the first people in organized crime under Colonel Willie Lowe. He was my original commander. And from the organized crime developed into the Directorate for Proprietary Crime Investigation. So I've been there since 1999. I started working with them from 90, when Sanup, it was Brigadier Naika, he was still doing the Harbour Interdiction Program. And that's how I got to know their working activities. I was in a specialized tactical unit. And I started working with them. And then when our unit was closed down, change of government, I applied to go across.
General Sinona found you?
No.
In the DPCI?
I was there before him.
That's what I mean. He found you there?
He found me there, yeah.
Thank you. And Yusuf?
He was from Port Shepstone.
Okay. DPCI?
I think it was murder and robbery, yes.
Okay. And Jacob?
Jacob came from the Scorpions. He was a sergeant.
He also found you there?
I was there before him, yes.
All right. Thank you.
You may continue.
Paragraph 2. On 2020-0205, I headed an operation at CHC Container Depot in Isipingo. Durban Central OC Inquiry, it's Organised Crime Inquiry, 3 of 2, 2020, refers. Approximately 570 kilograms of suspected mandrax and mandrax powder was seized during this operation. Paragraph 3.
Sorry, Warrant Officer, let me ask you a question that I should have asked earlier before I forget. Before this situation where you are told there are allegations against you and you get removed, had you had prior cases of disciplinary action against you?
No,
and complaints? Not?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You may continue.
3. Later the same day, I, along with other DPCI and Metro members, Metro Police members, proceeded to Isipingo SAPS, wherein the exhibits were to be entered. The exhibit clerk, Warrant Officer Perimal, came through after a while. He initially did not want to store the exhibits. He eventually agreed to accommodate us by storing the exhibits in the armory in the charge office. Captain Bevan and Constable Ronnie assisted me to move the firearms around to accommodate these exhibits. Can I continue?
Yes.
He made it clear that these exhibits were to be booked out the following day. He indicated that they did not have members to guard these exhibits. I booked these exhibits into SAP 13 register via Isipingo SAP 13 163 of 2020. On the following day, the date, as I mentioned, is incorrect. It's 0206. Someone from my office called me to inform me that Isipingo SAP called, indicating that the exhibits were making the members sick. I am unsure as to who called me. I proceeded to Isipingo SAP with a team. I noticed the charge office members were outside the building. I did then book out the exhibits for analysis with warrant of superior mail countersigning the SAP-13 register to acknowledge the same. I proceeded to FSL Mpofu-Walsh, where I was turned away by Colonel Kuzwaya and Warrant Officer Sabia, as they could not accommodate these exhibits. I knew that Isipingo SAP would not take these exhibits back. I am unsure how it transpired, but I do recall that Durban Central SAP had agreed to assist with storage of these exhibits. Page 2. We stored these drugs at a vault at Durban Central SAP. Sorry, I did ask if we could disclose the location before we gave the evidence. I made numerous inquiries with the FSL Mpofu-Walsh and a few calls to Colonel Shole of FSL Pretoria regarding these and other bulk exhibits that required analysis or disposal. I am aware that Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and my provincial commander, Brigadier Newswa, were also liaising on a regular basis to facilitate the receiving and processing of exhibits by FSL. This was not forthcoming. On 2021-11-12, the FSL Pretoria was able to dispose these exhibits, which were conveyed to them for destruction. This is all I wish to state at this stage.
Can I please ask to take you back to paragraph 5? What was it with the exhibits that allegedly made members sick?
Commissioner, it's methaqualone. So the active ingredient of Mandrax is methaqualone. But some people will tell you it's the anthranic acid that actually gives off the vapor that is so toxic. It's not a pleasant smell, Commissioner. I got there, even when, I don't know if Commissioners has it, I'll show you the file, how we work on it, with a full suit with gas masks and everything. But we'll get there. The members they'd come out of the charge office and set up charge office outside on the veranda and were working outside. So the day shift had finished shift, the night shift had booked on, and it was now the morning shift that was on. And I recall meeting the station commander, because that's why I'm saying I'm unsure who gave me protocol to go and move the exhibits, but it would have not have been a junior member, it would have been someone high. The members were complaining, and then even standing outside the charge office, you could smell it. So now you're going to ask, how did they smuggle these drugs? Well, the tablets in this stage, it's a very unique phenomenon in South Africa. Everyone will hear you say Mandrax, Mandrax, Mandrax. But we as South Africa have got a very unique method of sale of methaqualone. So the methaqualone is bound into a tablet, and the tablet is then taken and sold. You don't swallow the tablet. You actually crush the tablet and mix it with something else, and then you smoke it. It's actually a downer. It doesn't put you high. It relaxes you. It's actually used for PTSD and sleep deprivation therapy and a couple of other therapies. But it's known in America as Quaaludes, but its popularity is here. The market is here in South Africa. I cannot tell you why. It is. So the smell, to conceal it, it was in thick vacuum-packed plastic. That is why, if we're going to get to that crime scene, I can show you those photos. And you can see how we dealt with them. And then those tablets, depending on the quality of the machine and the mix of the person and the chemist putting those tablets together, they either bind or they release quickly. Hence, you get a tablet or you get dust or powder. The laboratory will call it tablet pieces or powder. So the problem being is the South African police's exhibit bags are designed in such a way that they mustn't contain certain things, or they must be not tamper-proof. They actually have holes in them, but it's not something that the public must say, oh, you've got holes in them. It's micro-perforations, so the bag can breathe. But that means those fumes are coming off. And the more of a concentrated substance you put in a confined space, that fume increases. Now, in the charge office, there's a small vent coming out of the armory, as per design spec. So all the fumes from the Mandrax tablets are going straight into the charge office. I'm fully aware that some members did book off sick. And if the Commissioner allows me to go through my evidence, the people working with me on the scene when we recovered that, I had my partner rushed to hospital, to Mpofu-Walsh Heart Hospital, and I had a member from Customs collapse on the scene. All had to be treated by ambulance on scene at CHC. So the smell is what we're talking about here. So that's what makes you sick. It makes you nauseous. It can give you heart palpitations. Everyone reacts differently to a substance. It's not medicine. Medicine's regulated. We know what the reactions are. Drugs is a different story. Doesn't come, take one now, you feel good in 2 minutes. It could be, take one now, pass out, wake up in 2 days, and you'll feel shanana, if I can say that to the Commission. So the people that were closest to it, or the people that were most vulnerable to it, were affected. Hence, they did get sick. And it is true, you do get sick.
Oh, thank you, thank you. In our ignorance, but of course it was a different substance, suspected cocaine, probably cocaine. In our ignorance, we said the cocaine was wrapped in plastic bags, placed in canvas bags, and so on and so on. And we then said, because of that packaging, there is no way that someone could smell it. But as I say, different substance. But probably we would have said the same thing even about Mandrax, maybe just purely because of the wrapping, the plastic, this and. But from what you are saying now, it seems that's simply not the case with Mandrax.
Commissioner, I can say I have got a nice experience with cocaine and methaqualone and Mandrax. Clan Labs with respect to methaqualone as well. When dealing with cocaine, through training and experience, we know it's cocaine. But we don't say that. We say it's suspected cocaine. Am I going to taste it? Definitely not. That is, you don't do that. Do you sniff it to see if it is cocaine? No. We even teach you how to obtain the fume. There is an identifiable aroma to it. The drug dealers are mostly all laughing now, but anyway, the drug users will be the same. We can tell you the street ways of telling you if it's good coke or not. But let's go to the parcel. That parcel is wrapped at source and labeled at source. It's wrapped and labeled to prevent detection by narcotics machines, dogs, and humans. Sometimes I profess to be a cocaine dog myself. I find it before the dogs. So if you cannot find it by your nose, you must find it by sight. If I can say that to the Commission. Mandrax is large. Cocaine is also large in bricks. They will both give off an aroma once exposed to the atmosphere. But going back to the brick, that brick is transported by road and sea. If it gets dumped into the water, it must float or be able to be recovered. It's worth a lot of money. Therefore, it's waterproof. I've dismantled many, many, many cocaine bricks. It is layer upon layer upon layer of cling wrap, latex housing, condoms, and then again more, and then tape, and then again more, to stop the fume coming out of the box, if I can say that.
And do you succeed, or do they succeed in?
They succeed.
The smell coming out.
There's no smell.
All right, thank you.
There's no smell.
Thank you, Warrant Officer.
Going back to that paragraph 5 in your statement, does this kind of incident not perhaps suggest that the storage facilities that are available may not be suitable for this kind of drugs? And so while we are speaking here about a specific case, I'm asking more of a general question, such as, does the SAPS have suitable storage facilities for a drug such as methaqualone, I think that's what you call it, that would avoid the effect in paragraph 5?
Commissioner, if I answer this question honestly, I'll get fired today. I will say no. The correct place where to store it would be something like Pretoria Forensic Science Laboratory. I'm not going to mention the other locations. I know the name of Pretoria has been mentioned. I myself have been deep into the big vault. I've been there. I've seen it. It's chaos. It's chaos. The problem is working in that chaos is exactly the question that the Commissioner is asking now is, do the people that work there be exposed to hazards? The answer is yes. The correct and only safe procedure to work inside there would be full PPE. Because if there is crystal methamphetamine, it would affect me differently. If there's methaqualone, it would affect me differently. But the danger point is, what if it was fentanyl? And we didn't know it. And we're waiting to analyze it or destroy it. And we touch it. And we die. So, in all honesty, I believe the whole world will tell you this as well. The storage of exhibits is a problem. It's very expensive to handle them, to store them, and to dispose of them. But I'm sure our competent members from the police management, they are doing their utmost to get us the best place to store exhibits like that. But exhibits like this are hazardous.
Thank you.
Let me use the street name, if that's what it is, Mendrex. But unlike Mendrex, if storage was available at Isipingo, could the 541 kg have been stored in Isipingo?
Yes.
So there wouldn't have been similar issues as with the Mendrex. No question of this would make us sick and so on and so on. If there was no issue about storage space, that could have been stored at Isipingo.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Now, before we go to the 2020 bus that you reference in your statement, I understand you to be saying that Colonel Jacob asked you to depose to this statement because he was submitting a statement to the Commission regarding the Port Shepstone theft.
That's correct.
Do you have any personal knowledge about the Port Shepstone theft matter?
I was a suspect. I was called in, I was polygraphed for it. I was never there. That's all I know about the Port Shepstone matter.
When you say you were a suspect, who made you a suspect?
Our general?
General Sonona.
Correct.
Can you just take us step by step as to how you got involved, how you were approached about the polygraph?
I was on leave. I came back to work. It was all over social media that the stuff had been stolen. Got back to the office. Our senior managers came into the office one day, said what they needed to say, and then we were told that we are all suspects. Obviously, I did not agree with that. And then we were sent for polygraphs.
Who is we? We. You say we. Who is we?
Commissioner, I recall all of the SONEP members. I recall some of the task team members. I know Port Shepstone went. I cannot recall besides that.
How high did this go? We know, for example, that General Sinona himself was not subjected to the polygraph test. Was Brigadier Nyuswa...
I have no knowledge of that, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Can you just clarify something? In November of that year, you were based in the Port Shepstone office.
No, Commissioner.
So you were not even based in that office.
Never been there, Commissioner, until I was working at SEM.
So why does it matter whether you're on leave or not? Because when you said, but I was on leave, I thought it meant you worked in that office, but when the theft happened, you were on leave.
Possibly for clarity, Commissioner, what I mean is when the incident happened, I was on leave. I didn't understand how I became a suspect in the matter.
But you never worked in that office, at least during that period, up to November?
At Port Shepstone?
Yeah.
Never.
Okay.
Never.
But did this not concern people who would have had knowledge about the storage of the drugs there? Did you not have that knowledge? That
No.
They had been taken
Thank you,
there?
Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. No, I had no knowledge of that, Commissioner. I did not even know it was there, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, I want to refer you to CJC 237. It will be the first document in the second exhibit file.
Commissioner?
CJC 237, the first document in the second exhibit file. Just let me know when you have it.
I have it.
In the second exhibit file. First document, page 424.
Yes, I have it.
So this is the polygraph examination report related to the polygraph examinations that were taken. And on page 426, there's a list of what the members that were polygraphed. And and a member that was not polygraphed, and the reason given. So page 4, 2, 6, 7, and 8. Do you have that?
6, 7. Correct, Commissioner?
Okay. So if we go to the first page, you will see at number 8, page 426, number 8, your name is there. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
And the result next to it, the DI, would indicate, DI indicates detection, there was deception indicated. So in the polygraph exam, there was deception indicated. Where it says NDI, no deception indicated. And then on the next page, you will see that there's no test refused, no test refused. We'll go to what the various symbols mean. But I just want to ask you, were you informed of the outcome of the polygraph test? When did you first find out that your polygraph result for this polygraph was deception indicated? Now, today?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, before we deal with that, can I ask you, do you recall what questions were asked during the examination?
Yes, Commissioner. I've got an idea. Not all of them, but there were some, yes.
Can you tell us some of them that you can remember?
Was I involved in the theft of the exhibits from Port Shepstone? Did I have information or I knew where the drugs were? They were all questions related to the housebreaking or the theft or whatever happened at Port Shepstone.
Were there any other questions not related to the incident itself?
They were like, they do, I don't know how you call it, they do like an interview and they base questions in between it as well, to do with your life, to do with your day-to-day stuff. Did you take paper? Did you steal paper? Those kind of questions.
When you say, did you steal paper, what do you mean, from the officers?
Did you use state resources that wasn't done correctly? Yes.
Okay, if you go to page 431, at paragraph 8,
431.
yes, paragraph 8. See, it says the following relevant questions were asked during the examination. Did you steal any of that exhibits? Did you steal any of that exhibits from that safe? Were you part of any plan to steal any of that exhibits? Do you recall that those questions were asked?
That's correct, Commissioner.
In addition to other questions?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, I want to just take you back to the list on from page 426. You say that members of SANAP were tested.
Correct.
With reference to one from number 1, can you identify who the SANAP members are?
Number 1. Number 4. Number 5. Sorry. I believe number 5, I think it's number 6, not number 5. I'm not sure of their initials, SV. Myself, number 8. Number 21. (24), 26, 29, 30, 31.
And the next page, 4 to 8.
Is there more? (34), 37, I can't recall if Colonel Governor was still part of us or part of the tracing team at that stage, but 30, 38. Did you not do 39 twice? 31 and 39 are the same. 40.
31 and 39 are the same.
To me, it's the same. Colonel Moodley, 40. But there's names missing here.
You say there are names missing. Do you mean you know that those people took the test but their names are not here?
No.
Or you just remembered? Okay, so just part of the team that weren't tested?
Correct.
Okay. And just for the benefit of the commissioners, the INC result on page 427 would be inconclusive, where it says INC is inconclusive. So if we then go, there is, so this report, if we can just go to the first page again. On page 424. This polygraph examination, it was then finalized, and on page, and then it was, we don't know when it was submitted, but there is another report that is also relating to the polygraph, which I want to refer to. It's an unsigned report, and you can find that at CJC 238. And just let me know when you're there.
469.
Yes. It's a feedback polygraph testing. And you will see on the last page, page 474, It makes provision for 2 signatures, but like I say, these reports are not, this one is not signed. Now on this report, on page 470, you can see the same 3 questions at paragraph 4 are listed. Did you steal any of that exhibits? Did you steal any of that exhibits from that safe? Were you part of any plan to steal any of that exhibits? And then at 5.1, it sets out that the following members tested non-deceptive to the polygraph, and it lists the members. And then under the next, on page 471 at 5.2, where it says the following members tested deceptive, DI, to some of the polygraph test questions. Do you see the list of names there?
I do.
Do you see that, and it follows on the next page? Do you see that your name does not appear there,
I see
as
that.
it did in the first report?
Commissioner, yes?
Again, you weren't informed of the results of the
No,
polygraph.
Commissioner.
Okay. And
Am I
then
allowed to, sorry, am I allowed to see this, Commissioner?
yes. Then if you go to page 473 at 5.5, you see it says no opinion, NO, was recorded for the following members due to examiner error, and your name is the second name there. So on this one it says that there was examiner error, so there was no opinion submitted in respect of your polygraph. You weren't informed of that either.
No.
So as of this date, you still don't know what the results of your polygraph.
I have it now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Do you know if any of the other members were informed of what the outcome of their polygraph tests were?
I do not.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Sigels, can you please make me understand this one and the earlier one we went through, where there was a result recorded, and that result was what? DI, is it?
Deception indicated,
Yes,
yes.
yes. Can you explain how the two stand together?
Chair, all that we know at this
Yes.
stage is that the one is signed by FSL. We don't know whether it had been submitted to the DPCI, and we know the other one is seems to be a feedback report, which should be based on the first report, but it is unsigned, and it seems that it was intended to be signed by the national head at the time, General Libya, either accepting it or approving it. We don't know at this stage, and we're still investigating the differences in the reporting.
The differences and the source, for example, of
The source.
first one. Yeah.
Correct, Chair.
So it's possible that there could be a signed one somewhere.
It is possible.
Yes.
Now, just to then deal with that aspect, you say that you were not present. I was confused as to when you say you were not present. You weren't present when the theft occurred? Were you on leave when the theft occurred? Or you were on leave and then you get called in about you having to do a polygraph test? Just clarify that for me.
As far as I can recall, I was on leave when the seizure was made.
That was in June 2021.
Yes. And if I'm correct, I think I might have also still been on leave or on leave when the housebreaking took place, the theft.
So that would have been in November 2021.
Yeah.
Okay, so on both occasions.
I cannot recall, but my records are easily accessible, but I know that I was never at either of those scenes.
Okay, but when you came back from leave, is that when you were told that you have to undergo a polygraph?
That is correct. Our whole office was called in, and we were paraded.
You were?
Paraded.
What do you mean?
We stand parade before an officer, and they give us instruction.
All of you are standing?
We were in the boardroom. It was quite a few of us. There was members from the Serious and Violent Crimes. I think there was other sections as well.
Okay. So can we then deal with the drug bust of February 2020?
Mr. Ngube, before you do that, just to understand the relationship between the document at 425 and the report at 469, will we get someone to explain the relationship? Because on the face of it, it seems to suggest that after the process in 425 and the result, there's an intervening process which
Correct.
results in the opinions
Feedback.
expressed from 469.
Correct, Commissioner, yes.
Okay.
So we are
have an
attempting to get clarity on that, yes.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, we can now go to the February 2020 bust, and you will have to take us through it. What we did was we subpoenaed the inquiry file from head office, and we have provided you with the file, but you can take us through. So it starts at exhibit CJC 234 in the first file.
Yes, it's right.
And what I would suggest is that you first just give us the detail of how you got involved, and then to the extent that you need to refer to documentation and photographs, we will assist in guiding you through that.
Maybe before you do that, let me ask, before you discuss this operation, when Colonel Jacob asked you for this statement, which speaks only to the 2020 operation, it has nothing to do with the 2022 operation, what did he say to you is the purpose of your statement? Why did he need it, as he explained to you?
If I'm correct, the Colonel was of the opinion that statements made before the Madlanga were incorrect and he needed to rebut it.
The chair said I must correct you and say the Madlanga Commission, not the Madlanga.
My apology, Commissioner.
Yes.
I thought you would own that and not refer to me.
Yes, Warrant Officer.
The Colonel was of the opinion that a statement given to the Madlanga Commission was incorrect and he needed to further explain to support his version. That's why he needed me to corroborate the fact that there were an issue at Isipingo Police Station.
So, in his explanation to you, your statement, which speaks to the operation in 2020 and what happened at Isipingo Police Station, would support his version of what he says happened in 2022 at the same police station. Was it your understanding of that?
I do, Commission. I'm still I will say I'm the one sitting here right now. I'm of the opinion that it doesn't support him. It actually makes it look worse. But as it may be, that is what has been requested of me. I've complied.
Yes. Okay.
So, if I can say that, Commissioner.
Okay, that's fine. That answers.
And of course, you are being truthful with regard to that incident.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baloy, Colonel Jacob's explanation for this statement is in section 3 of the witness bundle, paragraph 9, page 9, paragraph 52, where he references the statement as well. Okay. You may proceed with just tell us how you got involved. Take us step by step through it.
Commissioners, on the day in question, I have colleagues that work at the SARS or Customs Narcotics section. One of their seniors phoned me and he said he's got an issue. There was an amount of mandrax that had been found at CHC depot, and he was of the opinion that the exhibits were being moved. Irregularities. He said, please, can I come and help him? But I must come quick. I said, fine, I'm on my way. I believe at that time I might have been at the office or we were busy with another operation. I called a colleague of mine from the Metro Police, Captain Greg Bevan. Him and I have been working together forever. I know that he is stationed close to the Brighton Beach and Wentworth area, which is across the canal. So I said, can you meet me? Can you help me? He complies. We arrive at CHC. We check in at the main gate. There's an access control at Isapengo going into CHC depot. We ask where the containers were. We get directed to the back. I've worked there before, so I know the layout pretty well.
Sorry, Warrant Officer, just to confirm, CHC depot is the same depot where the 541 kgs of cocaine was found?
It is, Commissioner.
Okay. So same scene. Your Mandrax bust and the June 2021 bust happens at the same depot?
Same depot, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
My vehicle was a VW Caddy. I'll use an Afrikaans word. Maybe I'm more paraat than everyone else, but I have a mobile crime scene lab in the back of my vehicle. I've got PPE, bags, you name it. I don't have to leave. I've even got a coffee machine in there. So you can stay on the scene and work. The scenes do not pack up in 5 minutes. You're going to be there for hours. That's what I'm trying to say.
So just tell us, when you get the call, what preparatory work are you undertaking in terms of what do you need to take with you in case you do find something at the scene?
Everything, because we don't know what the scene's going to be.
And what would some of everything be?
PPE, personal protective kit, hard hat and reflective equipment, which we must have in that working environment. It's an operational health and safety compliant facility. It's the same as going into the harbour. Notepads, pens, paper, exhibit bags to put all your exhibits in, gloves so we can handle. And if I'm correct, at that stage was COVID. So we had to be COVID compliant as well.
It was just before, yeah.
Was it just before?
Yeah. But can I just ask you on the exhibit bags, you're dealing with, what are the sizes of the exhibit bags? How would you know what size to take?
You don't. You take everything. So literally I've got a couple of skips. I modified the vehicle that I used, and I had a big black skip, and I have different size exhibit bags in it. The ones that we usually use for large exhibits, you can put in 30, 40 blocks, but they break. So you only put 10 or 20. Mandrax, it's usually 1,000 tablets for a bag, then I know I'm good. It's from experience. So I have those bags at my disposal.
And where do you get those bags from? Are they available at DPSI offices, or would you have to get it from the police stations?
Oof. Commissioner, those came from our own office. They are still there. We've got lots. We have a storeroom on our third floor. It is packed.
Okay, so they are available at your offices too?
Commissioner, there have been scenes where there was possibly bags that didn't fit, or some of these things we get from government tender, they don't work. So the seals don't seal. So I would be able to make the necessary phone calls. I believe on this scene, or it might have been another, I have phoned other police stations, and then one of the members will just quickly drive there. We'll go and take all their stock, and we just bring it to our scene, and we work from there. I know I've dealt with Sydenham like that. I know I've dealt with Maiden Wharf, not Maiden Wharf, Cater Manor like that, and Pinetown. You develop a working relationship with the different stations to obtain the necessary equipment on the scene.
Warrant Officer, what you're describing as the package, I'll call it your work uniform, the stuff that you take and you keep at the back of your car, minus the coffee machine, what you're describing, is that a required standard for people who deal, who get involved in these kind of operations dealing with narcotics? Are there any rules, any prescripts that say this is what you should have with you as part of your, I'm going to loosely say, as part of your sign-in uniform, if you like, you're going on to an operation like this. This is what you should have.
Commissioner, it's a good question, Commissioner. This question that you put to me now is now in that new training manual, where we say to the policeman, don't think of going to a crime scene unless you've done X, Y, and Z. It is, and it's difficult when you're in a space where the public is also involved, because they always criticize you after the fact. But that is also how we learn. And I think from these things we've now learned, and we've included that as, and you'll see all the national instructions, but none of the national instructions will say to you, take X, Y, and Z with you. And remember, Commissioner, you can't just take everything and not know how it works. I cannot take, Commissioner, for instance, in 2 minutes ask you to put on a crime scene suit. You might put the wrong crime scene suit on. Then you might tear it. And if you had to put on a gas mask with the right filter, you might put the wrong filter on, or your filter wouldn't seal properly. Or if you didn't know what you were doing, and you were walking around the crime scene as like a media liaison or something like that, you would have it all on your shoes, and you didn't decontaminate leaving the scene, and you got sick, you blame me. So the Commissioner's question is there a prescript for it? The answer is no. Why did I take it with? It was my passion. I taught myself, if I'm going to do something, do it properly. And then how do you do something properly? You take the tools.
Thank you.
Maybe you watch too much CSI.
Commissioner, CSI taught us a lot. It's an open source. It's a lot. And then the next question is, who pays for that?
Yours, you paid for it.
Anything external, maybe a different type of face mask, different type of gloves. Yes.
So anything that's not DPCI issued, you paid for it?
Let's not say DPCI, let's say SAPS.
SAPS, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I can say I've gone to FSL. They've given me different gloves. I've gone to Pretoria. They've given me Tyvek suits. Nick tests we'd get from the Americans. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but they would give us tests that we use to predict what samples are there, whether it's a precursor or the actual substance, and the training that came with that as well. So with each item, you need to not only have it, but you need to be able to use it and explain it. And I believe I do that in my work.
And I saw in your CV that there was the joint SAPS DEA training. Is that where you learned it from?
That is
the American Drug Enforcement Agency or something?
It's one of the courses, Commissioner. I was following that procedure prior to that course. And maybe some of the successes we had in detecting different techniques and identifying laboratories and stuff, that was also discussed on those courses. So we were used to that environment.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. You may continue. You were telling us you got the call, you packed, and you were going out.
When I arrived on scene, the customs officers had parked. If you come into the depot, you come through the access point, you turn right through the stack. From there's inspection bays. There's possibly maybe 10, 12, 15 inspection bays. And the far right-hand corner is the bonded section of CHC. The bonded section is where everything that has been seized, detained, or hasn't been released due to a query from customs, not police, customs. That's their section. I was told, please go look. And he showed me, here's one box. I do believe it still had a torn customs sticker on it, and I could see it straight away. It was Mandrax. Mandrax is very unique. It comes in a tablet form. It has a color. It usually has a logo, a marking. But also, I could smell it because the bag had been torn. So I asked what's going on. They said they'd put a narcotics dog in. I know the narcotics dog, it used to be Tequila. It was a brilliant dog who used to work with us. Phenomenal narcotics dog, Cocker Spaniel. Tequila reacted there in seconds. It was positive. So, right, okay, we were happy. Then I was briefed that it was suspected that there were more boxes hidden in between the bonded warehouse. We had to find them. I got the team together. The warehouse gave us their cooperation. We shut down that section of the operation. The rest of the operations continue. It's a massive place. It continues. Where we were, we parked our vehicles. We were safe where we were. We then set up a man search, not a dog search, a man search. And from my observation, I noticed on the box, the packing tape in the shipment was different to the packing tape on the other side of the yard. So I asked, is this the same shipment? They checked on the packing notes, the SADs, and they said, yes, there's supposed to be so many boxes. I said, we've got a discrepancy here. So I went to the box outside. The colored tape matched what I said. I said, there's our boxes. Look for this tape. And we did, and believe it or not, that's where the Mandrax was. So we seized those boxes amongst that, and we brought them to a central point. At that time, I'd called for the necessary people, informed my seniors. I'd called for FSL. I'd called for LCRC. And we began processing the scene.
Can I just ask, why did you call FSL and LCRC?
I always do. I've got a relationship with the Clan Lab team. I will call them. They won't come out. It's a seizure. But if I find something and they know it's worthwhile coming out, they came out. So just on this matter, we were returned the next day. We found there was wine, Chinese wine, but it tested positive for methamphetamine. So we weren't sure if it was drugs or not. So they actually came back onto the scene with us to confirm what we'd found and how we collected our samples. And they did the process of eliminating that out because it's something we hadn't been found out. The lab comes out for stuff like that. But that is a relationship I have with them. I phone their commander, I phone their call phone. They'll say to me, Carl, you're on your own. It's a recovery. You do what you need to do. Bring the exhibits when you're ready. And that's how we carry on. But LCRC, I work with the provincial fingerprint team. We also have an understanding with them. Told them, guys, we've got a large recovery. It's going to be a long day. Bring all your stuff. And then they come with a full team with all their equipment, and we start work.
Thank you. Chair, is this a convenient time to take the lunch adjournment?
Let's adjourn and resume at 2:05. Yes.
Warrant Officer, we were still busy dealing with the February 2020 bust, and you were dealing with the fact that you had called LCRC and FSL to the scene. I just want you to explain to us the purpose of calling LCRC to the scene, and are you required to call them, or is it just a nice to do?
Commissioner, you're required. Circumstances may pertain to different elements, etc., like that, but I will say you are required to call them to a scene.
And why are you calling them to the scene? What are they doing there?
With modern technology, a photograph becomes a museum of the crime scene. You capture elements of the crime scene that can be brought back to a courtroom. We're talking 2020, we're now in 2026. We're looking at exactly what happened on that date. If it wasn't for those photographs there that day, we couldn't talk about it. And if I could not be able to speak, my photograph would speak for me. And if I was not here, touch wood, possibly somebody else could give evidence on that photograph to lead that evidence, as captured by someone that is court capable and forensically capable of retrieving that. So that is why you call them out. That is in respect of photographs. There is fingerprint information. On most of our scenes, you find someone has to touch it. It cannot move without being man-handled. So by him touching it, he would leave a latent fingerprint on the scene, which we need, and at the same time, he would also leave part of his DNA behind, which we also take swabs for. So it's DNA, it's fingerprints, and it's crime scene preservation and recording for court. And it's going to form part of my notes. If I forget something and I need to make a statement, it's recorded in those photographs. So I do the same thing on a scene. I use contemporaneous notes. I will either write down notes, but I'm very quick to take lots of photographs on the scene. I download them, and then they are in my albums. I depose an affidavit to them, and I submit them as such. Otherwise, you'll never keep up to all what's happening, all the different numbers, locations, things. So it's nice to keep those notes.
And are there circumstances in which it's just not possible to get LCRC to come out? And what do you do in those circumstances?
There are, Commissioner. I was asked about a scene where fingerprints could not come out. 16 nautical miles out at sea, we removed a shipment of cocaine out of a fridge. It's literally the motor of a fridge. They hide the drugs in the air vent of the fridge. It's the same as putting your hand in a deep freeze. When you take out the Tupperware bowl, it's going to precipitate, so it's going to be wet. But the fingerprints members and the LCR, or the fingerprints guys and the FSL guys, aren't qualified to go out to sea. They're not prepared to go and put their lives at stake and go 16 nautical miles out to sea, climb 10 floors up on a container ship, then still climb below deck. It's a hazardous environment. Yes, I've got experience in it. I'm from that environment. I can swim maybe as well. But the point is, in that environment, I must try and take more steps to preserve that. So I would have taken a lot of contemporaneous notes on the scene. And I've got the one example where we got the cocaine. I even allow the ship's captain and the customs officers that raided with us to take their notes and photographs. And then I submit that with a statement in my docket. And also if the weather is really inclement. If you're in an outside area and it's really raining or whatever, you can't take photographs nicely or you can't take fingerprints nicely. That would be another a non-persuasive environment. But otherwise, if you move things around, you should be able to make it quite cozy that the fingerprint expert can work in an environment that you can work through the day and the night.
When General Flynn gave evidence on the table that we went through earlier, he made a comment. I'll just give you the reference and I'll read it. It's in his supplementary statement at paragraph 11 on page 6 of section 1. He says, from the aforementioned, I was able to ascertain that unlike the June 2021 seizure, 11.1, LCRC was called to the scene to process the crime scene in respect of all the other seizures, except the second Bologna vessel seizure and the Manu Chao seizure. You earlier identified both Bologna seizures as being your seizures, correct?
That's correct.
So he criticized that in LCRC, well, I wouldn't say it's a criticism, but he noted that LCRC wasn't called out in two seizures. The one is yours, and the other one is Manu Chao. In respect of yours, why didn't you call out LCRC?
Approximately 12 nautical miles out at sea off the coast of Umhlanga Rocks in Durban. Bad waters, bad seas. A small ski boat was used. Very quiet and let's call it a covert operation was sent to go and search the container for drugs, and it turned out to be positive. So the other thing is we didn't know the drugs were going to be there.
So you do the seizure on sea. It was on sea.
That's correct.
And that's why you didn't call them. So that's the one you were referring to earlier. You were explaining.
Yes. So
okay.
It's very difficult in a scenario like this because you can always look back at it. So they're saying if you found it on the ship, you could have stayed at the ship. But then when was the ship coming into Durban Harbour? If the ship stayed out at sea for 21 days, I would have to have kept policemen out at sea for 21 days, or myself for 21 days. And then sailed in with the vessel, and only when it was in Durban could the LCRC members have boarded the vessel and then done a forensics. So what we did is, we did contemporaneous notes, recorded it with witnesses, and corroborated with a statement.
And then once it got on land, why could you not call LCRC? I understand when it's in the water, there are dangers, they can't go there, but the exhibits don't stay in the water. At some point, you have to bring them on land. Why at that stage, as soon as they land, can you not call LCRC?
Commissioner, it's a valid question. You could. They would have taken a photograph of the sealed exhibit bag. The bag was sealed with the exhibits in it. I wasn't going to break the seal on the exhibit bag. So all they would have taken a photograph of was the sealed exhibit bag and wet cocaine blocks inside. I believe my contemporaneous photographs were sufficient and good enough to be able to identify the logos, identify the wrappings. I believe that mine was the Audi in that case, and I had the different logos inside. So, yes, looking back, yes, I should have possibly have called LCRC to the shore. Guys, this is the stuff that came off the vessel. Please photograph it for me. They would have done that.
Would they have been able to take any DNA at that stage?
No. It was, as I said, it was, if it's in the freezer, it's at, I think chicken and fish is kept anywhere between minus 18 and 20 degrees Celsius. It's an industry norm. So we are sitting at 32, 34 degrees Celsius outside. The moment I take that ice block out of that fridge, it'll start to precipitate. So the stuff could go wet inside. I don't know. I haven't opened it at that stage myself. But I can tell you the outside is slippery and wet, and we just slipped that into exhibit bags, and we sealed it beneath deck. We didn't even take it on deck to seal it. We sealed it beneath deck. I have the photos if you want to see those.
Okay. And on the Manu Chao one, you said you were at the scene, but it wasn't your scene. You left at some stage. How is that different to the scene that you explained now, just to understand why LCRC was not called out in that instance?
Commissioner Manu Chao, I was called in the evening to attend through a source that had called Crime Intelligence. Myself and a person from Crime Intelligence, we have a good relationship. I was informed, please come, pick him up. There's something being found, and it's very suspicious. I arrived on scene, and what had happened is, when a package is damaged or mishandled, or in any way not how it was declared or packaged, the shipper then repackages it to make sure that the original stuff is what was originally said. And what they do is, in this case, it was bentonite. For those of you that don't know bentonite, it's either used in making soap or kitty litter. But it's a chemical product, but it's not bad or anything. And the bricks were hidden in 1-ton bags of bentonite. So bentonite is dusty. It would have devoid any fingerprints on the outside. And it would also have made the DNA of whoever had handled those bags devoid. Because it's the same as soap, just without the water. So that scene there, I called out my seniors, they took over that scene. But with regards to Manachar, that was about it for me.
And when you say your seniors, you're referring to Colonel, is it Sevilla?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So we can go back to the exhibit file, Exhibit 1, the Exhibit File 1. I just want to take you to the LCRC document, which is on page 255. It's a statement. And then what follows is what's referred to as a photo album. It does seem to be incomplete what we had received from the subpoena, but if you could just explain to us what this document is, why it's taken, and its significance in an investigation.
Commissioner, am I correct that this is the statement in respect of the forensic photo album?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Commissioners, when an expert from the local criminal record centre or forensic science laboratory attends a scene, they do a statement. It's in terms of Section 212 of the Criminal Procedure Act, and it's deemed that they've done their work correctly and they haven't manipulated the exhibits, and it is done as such, and they've compiled an album, and they're saying that it's true as such. That is what this statement is. So this is the person that attended my scene. It's a lady. I'm not going to say the name.
And then, if we can then go to the photographs, page 258. I just want to ask you, what are we looking at here?
Commissioner, that is Manachar. Not Manachar, my apologies. Commissioner, that is the entrance gate to the bonded section of CHC depot.
And there's tape there. What is that tape that we see there?
It's police cordon tape.
So that is you securing the scene?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Now, at this stage, we're not dealing with a container. There wasn't, the goods were already taken out of the container.
That is correct.
Can you just explain to us how that process works? Because by the time you get to the scene, you're not dealing with a container anymore.
I was quite sure there should have been a photograph to show the environment. And it would be nice to show the Commission how close the containers are to us, but I don't see it. Sorry, Commissioner, this photo album is not in sequence.
Yes, and it does also seem
if I can say to the Commission, so the image 1, where you are now, and image 2, if you had to turn around with that to your back, that's the VW Caddy there with all the crime scene equipment, if you had to turn around with your back to that, on your immediate right-hand side would be approximately 10 to 15 lanes of containers. That is where the inspections take place. Behind those containers is what we call the container stacks, where the containers are stored inside the depot. But your inspection by your customs, your inspection by the police members, your unpacking and repacking and moving from one container into the yard happens there. So if you're looking at the photo from this side, to your left-hand side, there is traffic. When I say traffic, it'll be forklifts, it'll be what we call pantuzis, straddle carriers that move around. That is where that image is, just to situate you in CHC in Isipingo.
And what is the impact on the rest of business going on in the area if you cordon off a section?
Only that section where I'm working has got no access to. The rest of the business carries on.
And in your experience, especially since we are talking about CHC, how is the cooperation with you cordoning off a section of the scene?
You cannot do an operation there without their assistance. The reason being, Commissioners, maybe the people don't know this, but there's a sequence of role players that needs to be present. I don't have a suspect. So who's accountable for what's there? Did the police put it there? Someone put it there? Was it done maliciously? We don't know. And also, we want to prove that we are not stealing anything from the yard. So there's a process. We call the depot manager, which is CHC. CHC will then give us their operations manager to attend. Then there's a person in charge of that section, because I cannot drive the forklift or move the stock around. They do it for you. Everything there, we don't move, they move. They do it all for you. They're very cooperative. Then the other thing is, there's no paperwork that goes around passing files like this to each other with all the documents. It's all done digitally. So for me to have obtained these documents, I would have to have cooperated with the management of the CHC to obtain the digital downloads. Then the other thing is, the location where you're working, they are compliant in terms of risk and management, occupational healthy, so health and safety. So the whole place is under CCTV. So we are actually being monitored by them in case something happens to us. So we must also work cleverly, work with a reflective jacket if there's a machine around, wear a hard hat if there's a machine around, or give way. We comply with their occupational health and safety to be safe. But that's when I go back to saying it's a happy relationship that goes to the conduciveness of solving the crime at our time.
And what is Customs' role?
Customs in this matter were the original complainant to myself. So Customs had detained this shipment of, it was suspected to be illicit goods, counterfeit. I'm not going to mention the suspect's name, so I can say the commodities. It was skin lightening creams, it was hair products, it was counterfeit sunglasses. There was a whole lot of illicit and counterfeit. There was an ongoing investigation with these people bringing in different containers full with illicit goods, from clothing to medication. And in this case, Customs had obviously done an inspection on the goods that had been unpacked from the container prior and discovered that one of the boxes contained suspected Mandrax tablets. So now, because they found it, they become the custodian, because it's in a customs area, or as they say, a customs space, if that's the right word. So technically speaking, the scene and the exhibits belong to Customs. The reason being is, in South African economy and law, it's a criminal case, but it's also a SARS case. If SARS is going to charge that man in terms of the Customs Act, we won't see that. They will deal with him for all his illicit goods and his counterfeit goods, but we won't see that. That's the taxman. The taxman does his own thing. But the point is, the scene gets handed over to me by Customs. So there's a handing over certificate. But because it came from a container, SARS goes further with their investigations, and then they profile which group of containers are coming in on the vessel or part of that, and they detain all of those containers for inspection. So there's now an enforcement process that begins. So because we have this relationship now, then we do a dual inspection of the other containers, hoping to find more illicit goods.
Can I take you to page 223 of that same bundle, that 223, 223 of the same exhibit bundle that we've been dealing with?
I have it, Commissioner.
It's the detention of goods. Do you have it?
I have it.
So there's one on 223 and another on 225. And it has different container numbers.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so these would have been the detention dated to 23 January 2020. So this is before you go to CHC. So they would have, as Customs would have, or SARS would have asked for these containers to be detained. Are these containers by the same shipper?
That is correct, Commissioner. So as you can see here, it's two different vessels, and it's highly likely that they would have used a different port to load some of their equipment, or they could have made the mistake, when I'm saying they, the suspects, because this is how we profile them. That's exactly how we do it. So what they do is they split the vessel. It comes in on two different routes, possibly Pier 1 and Pier 2, and then Customs now obviously picked up, here's an irregularity with these people, or they've got a history I don't know, from my side, we have to rely on our databases to see if there's a history with the import or the shipper or transgressions. Customs has that. I know they do have that. So that helps them with their profiling.
And then on page 218,
218. Yes, Commissioner?
that's the handover form that you're referring to.
Correct. I reported earlier that it was the narcotics section that called me. The person on the narcotics section's name is here, and he hands the scene over to myself.
So the person on the top, that would have been from SARS, and you are the
No, that's
person...
Incorrect. That's incorrect. That's 281. Must be
218. Yeah, 218. But the one that you have, 218, in front of you, we're looking at the right one.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, okay. It's the handover form.
It's the SARS handover form. It's got the KZN DDU 32200.
Yes, there it's the correct one now. So the top is the team handing over to
Correct.
you receiving it. Okay, and that authorizes you now to conduct your side of the.
Correct, Commissioner.
So you indicated that it was on the 5th of February. What are you doing on the 6th of February as well? Were you at the scene?
This is the scene where we found the wine that tested positive. So the SARS, that was in their custody. So to be released to me, they handed it back over to me.
Okay.
Because I wasn't happy that the wine was wine. I suspected it to be a substance containing methamphetamine.
And it was?
It was not in the end.
Okay.
But the initial test with the dog and the presumptive test gave us a false positive.
And is that why you called FSL?
That is correct, Commissioner.
But ordinarily FSL would not have come to the scene because it's not a clan lab.
Correct, Commissioner. But when we have strange chemicals and stuff and we understand the working procedure amongst ourselves, we work together.
So if somebody is conducting a seizure operation at a CHC depot or a depot similar to that and doesn't call LCRC but calls FSL, is that the correct procedure? And would FSL be entitled not to refuse to come out?
Maybe I must just explain how I know the thing. So the two laboratories do two totally different things, but they do overlap so that they index each other correctly. For a recovery, how I am shown and taught, a standard recovery we call out LCRC, not FSL. If it is chemicals and items that I do not know and I need guidance with, I will tell them such. Then they will attend. Or they will give me telephonic advice, process your scene like this, do this, we'll work with you. And we do. I've got a relationship with them. When FSL attends a scene, they also take photographs because they must also compile a 212 album. And it's pretty meticulously done. And what they'll usually do is they will use the same reference points. So A's are A's, B's are B's, 1's are 1's, 2's are 2's, if I can say that to the Commission. So we all know that it's room A, room 2, etc. So those two albums, if you put them in court, they would corroborate each other. And the Commissioner asked me earlier, why would I use a photo album? That's why. So those two albums then talk to each other. So that's why they also take photos on the scene. So if you ask me, the correct procedure is you can call either one first, it's up to you, but preferably LCRC.
Okay. So once you get to the scene, you have the exhibit bags ready, and if you don't have, then you would call for exhibit bags. You would make arrangements to get exhibit bags.
Correct.
Okay. In this instance, in your instance, what did you do with the 2020 bust?
If I'm correct in this one, I had some exhibit bags, and then after, I think we might have run short on the big ones, we had arranged, a facility, members had gone to pick us up at SAPS Sydenham.
Sorry, SAPS Sydenham.
Sydenham.
Okay. And what is the correct procedure insofar as when the exhibits must be placed in the bags? Is it at the scene or can it be done elsewhere?
Oh, hot seat. At the scene.
And if it's not, could it be done elsewhere if the scene is not, for whatever reason, conducive to do so?
There would have to be a reason why you're moving it.
What would be a reason that you can think of that would be a reason?
From CHC?
Yes, CHC specifically.
No reason.
You say?
I don't think there could be a reason.
Could it potentially be that from a safety point of view, you want to make sure that you don't let people know that you've just uncovered 500 kgs of cocaine, for example, or in your case, mandrax?
Commissioner, at that time, the biggest drug used in Umlazi, I think, was mandrax. So I think mandrax would have been pretty much a threat as well.
Yes.
So that thought didn't cross my mind. It's safe there.
When you say it's safe there, just elaborate on that.
Commissioner, before you can get in, there's security at the front. There's a gate that you have to go through. They check you in. You have to drive nearly 300 meters before you can even get to the container stack. I had Metro there. I had SAPs there. We're all armed. I believe we were safe.
And disruption of commerce while you're busy processing, how long would it take to process the scene?
I was there from the morning until 5 in the afternoon, in the evening.
In yours, in the February 2020?
Yes.
Can I just ask, you're discussing the 2020 operation, and this is a consignment that is bonded. It is in the, so it's away from the other commercial activity that happens. Let's put a different scenario. There's no SARS detention involved, and so these goods are not in the same corner as we see in these pictures or the same working space, but it's in fact goods that are in a container lined up. We're still at CHC, lined up in the way that you describe. I think you described that there are other containers there. What constraints, if any, would there be to conducting the kind of checks that you're speaking about? You have a crime scene, what you're describing with Ms. Siegels. What would be the constraints that would make it difficult to work from there as a crime scene? And assuming the weather is not an issue.
Commissioner, the main constraint would be occupational health and safety for the members doing the crime scene and access by all relevant role players. So you don't want to box yourself in. You want to be able to work freely, members in, members out. In my case, I had members that were sick. I needed an ambulance in, ambulance out. I've worked depots for years. They will bend over backwards to help you. I've worked a scene at Grindrod. We were there for literally from the morning until the next morning. They send people, they sit with you. So what usually happens is, if the scene becomes complicated, if I can use that word, Commissioner, they would then stop their activity on the left of your container and the right of your container. Sometimes they will even give you an empty container and stack it next to you. So because remember now, I don't want to be digressed, but what about the balance of the container? I'm seeing what's in front of me, which is the narcotics, but what about the rest of the substance behind it? What's happening to that? Once I've found something in the container, I must assume the rest of the container is tainted. So how do you deal with it? It's called an unpack. Unpack and visual inspection. So what usually happens is that must come out and go somewhere. But because it hasn't gone into the warehouse, it goes into the container next to it. And that's a nice way that you can get a hands-on look at it, probe it, open it, stuff like that. So the constraints are you need to have a relationship with the warehouse before you start. Once you've got that, you must be prepared to work because everything should be able to be done there. If it rains, you're under roof. They just push the container forward. There's a machine that moves it for you. If you want to unpack into another container, they give you another container. They've got empty containers. We don't. The police does not have that. We don't have the machines to move them, the trucks, nothing. So the only constraint you would have technically is consumables on the scene, your crime scene consumables, your forensic test kits, your forensic exhibit bags, etc. That would be your constraints.
In that case, you would unpack the container.
Correct.
Because you really don't know whether what you're seeing in front of you is all there is.
Commissioner, with your leave, I've been asked about another matter in regards to a ton of cocaine that I seized. My notes will show you that nicely, how we do that. And leading up to that, the process of identifying the container from start to finish. So maybe that will answer your question again, but if you want me to answer it now, I can. No,
I'm happy to leave it to when you discuss it with Ms. Ncube. Maybe let me ask my second question related to this, that we've had evidence, for example, on another scene where the reason for removing the goods, the illicit goods, narcotics, to a different site is that, well, there was a lot of traffic, people moving, employees of the depot. I ask my question in that context to try and understand practically how does this become a problem? There's no means of cordoning off an area and preventing other people who are not part of the crime scene management to isolate them from that scene so that you do what you need to do on the scene. I'm trying to understand that practically.
Commissioner, it's a good question. And maybe I'm going to get a few bruises from my colleagues afterwards, but the people that bother you on the scene are policemen. That shouldn't be on the scene. That's who contaminates your scene. So if I tell you I've got a cordon tape, the stevedores and the warehouses, they will accommodate my request. They allow that scene to stay there and they will assist that it stays like that. They're not interested in coming in the crime scene. It's the policemen that want to come in and see, and the media that comes with them, and they want to take a video and look and touch. That's what contaminates your crime scene. So if you ask me, can you lock down a crime scene at a warehouse? My answer, Commissioner, is yes. How long can you do it for? As long as you want to. I've proven that my longest is 2.5 days.
Thank you,
Isn't the short answer that once you identify an area as a crime scene, whatever commercial activity was happening there becomes secondary? So people who are doing business there are no longer allowed to go to the scene. It is your scene. You are entitled to cordon it off for the purposes of conducting investigation. So it cannot be an answer to say, but we are running a business here.
Commissioner, you're correct. And I think it's been mentioned. I saw a statement where they said that the people from the harbour were there. The people from the harbour are there every single day. They are stationed there to conduct those searches. It's part of natural business to be searched by SARS and the police, if that makes sense to the Commission.
And under what circumstances would safety of be an issue? Safety of checking of managing a crime scene there and checking the exhibits, and I'm talking about the CHC in particular. What is it about the geography of that place that you would say would justify in some cases concerns about safety?
I have to think carefully how to answer this, Commissioner. Commissioner, are we safe here? That's why no, Commissioner, your question is valid, but the question remains is, are we safe here? If someone wants to come here and do what they want to do here, they will do it. Do I have knowledge of that? That's the question. The answer is no. Do I know who's coming to do it? The answer is no. So what steps must I take to prevent that from happening? I need to be aware, I need to be cautious, I need to make sure I've got my weapon. Must I have other guys on guard? Yes. Must I have a cordon up? Yes, because then I can see if someone crosses the cordon, I know that man is coming to make trouble. Deal with him. Does that answer it? For you, you've got security at the front door, you've got security when you scan
Don't
through.
say too much.
No. Agreed, Commissioner. My apologies. What I'm saying is you've got an operational plan for a threat assessment. We have to do it the other way around. So it's in reverse. Now I'm here inside, I must protect myself going out. So the question that I would ask is, the Commission's asking me, was it safe there? In my scenario, I will say I was safe. I took the steps to make sure my scene was safe.
Let me ask this, and in fairness, I have to ask the question in fairness to those that have managed this crime scene differently. In your experience, with the kind of experience that you've had over the years, but in particular at a depot such as CHC, have you had instances where that there were threats of harm or, in fact, interference with what you were doing as you're managing the scene? And I'm not asking about your colleagues who are walking onto a scene, but the owners of the drugs potentially. Have you had scenarios or situations where, as you're managing that particular scene at CHC, you might have thought, maybe it's not safe? There are indications that there are people who are looking at what we are doing, have bad intentions. Let's move on. Have you had that kind of experience?
Commissioner, you asked, I will say, 4 scenarios there. You asked, has anyone ever micromanaged your scene? I will say yes. Have I ever felt unsafe at the scene? I will say no. If I can, Commissioner.
Safe as in not so much you personally, but the scene itself being disrupted. You've never had that kind, and no cause to be concerned about that.
There's a list here with a statement within general. I didn't know it was here, but here it is. Those are my scenes. They're not missing. They're safe. Okay. I transported those exhibits myself, or with colleagues across the country to places unbeknownst to a lot of people here. They're safe.
Okay.
We were never attacked. We were never assaulted. We were never diverted from our route. Yeah. We were safe.
So you're able to say, are you, that, and to say it unequivocally, that CHC, its geography, it's set up there, and what happens when the police run an operation there of a seizure, it doesn't pose any fears of risk or an attack that you can think of?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Can we just go back to where you were dealing with the scene itself? But before that, you are now in the bonded warehouse area. Where was the recipient going to intercept in order to get the drugs?
They would have to have driven it out. So someone would have to have cleared it from the bonded area, loaded it in a truck and driven it out. So we're looking at a clearing agent and a transporter.
And here we're talking about the container and these goods were detained because of the other counterfeit goods from the same shipper.
Correct.
So ideally what was going to happen is that these containers were not going to be detained by SARS. They weren't going to go to the bonded warehouse.
Correct.
Okay. But in the instance of where you're dealing with food, like bone meal, wouldn't that automatically be detained by SARS?
It's actually the Department of Health.
Yes.
Not SARS.
Okay.
It's the Department of Health. The reason being is it's a foreign food coming into our country, and our government needs to know it's not going to be fed to humans. It's bone meal. Funny enough, half of you people eat it anyway. It's used in making processed food, for bulking processed food, pet food, stuff like that. It's sad, but it is. Unscrupulous people do put it in. So it's dumped here as waste, but it carries duty. But because it's a food product and an animal product, the Department of Health must clear it. So they will inspect it, clear it, take a sample, and it is then released by them.
And where would they do their inspection?
As you open the container.
Where?
At the depot.
At CHC?
If it's at CHC, at CHC. If it's at Grindrod, at Grindrod. If it's at Maersk, it's at Maersk. It's done right there. Because the reason being is once that container is open, if there's a disease or something in that container, it's now exposed to the environment. So that if they find a disease substance in there, they must be able to contain it and be able to deal with it there. So that's why they themselves will deal with it right there.
And where does the Department of Health do their checks at CHC?
It'll be wherever their container is loaded.
Okay, so they don't have a special area.
No, it's where those containers come, they will check it.
Now, in the June 2021 bust, are you aware that it was bone meal that was in the legitimate container?
No, I'm aware now.
Okay, so that would have, in any event, been inspected by the Department of Health?
Department of Health, yes.
And they would have presumably found the cocaine amongst that?
Well, the answer is yes. It would have been the poor guy that opened that container from CHC. He would have been the first guy to see it. Then with him would have been the supervisor and the guys from the Department of Health. So the answer is in the end, yes.
So how would the recipient have intercepted on the June 2021 bust? How would they have intercepted to get the drugs undetected?
They would have taken it before it got into CHC.
And where would that have been?
So it could have been when it came off the vessel and put into the container stack alongside Pier 1, Pier 2, or New Pier. It could have been en route from New Pier to the packing area, and it could have been on the road. So again, stevedores, transporter, customs, police.
And
maybe for those of us who are not familiar with the space and goods coming in from a ship, maybe if you could, in some, as best as you can, using language in some graphic detail, explain to us, a ship comes in, this is what happens ordinarily, and all of that process up to when it gets to the depot, just so that we have a mental idea of what you're talking about.
Thank you, Commissioner. So maybe I can illustrate. It's easier. There's a container identified on a ship. The ship comes in, the ship gets allocated a certain loading space, dependent on the depth of that vessel and the size of that vessel. There's also what they call a pre-arrival notice. It's put on an electronic system. We're going to be teaching the smugglers how we're going to find them here, but anyway, we'll just have to change our tactics.
Can be as summarized as possible, as long as we have a picture of how it works.
If I don't explain it to you, then you won't understand how easy it is to steal. It's actually very easy. The ship comes in, the container has to move. For the container to move, an electronic signal must come from Transnet to release that container onto the ground. The machine comes, picks the container up. Before it touches the ground, a truck gets an instruction, also computerized, to meet it. It goes onto a truck. The truck gets told where to put that container in a stack. The container moves. It's got drugs. What we've experienced, in my experience, is if this container is, if you know Lego bricks, 1, 2, and 3. If you look at a six Lego bricks, it's got 6 dots on the top. Let's look at that in a stack as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. So they get instructions like that where to put that container. Now the suspects know that. If it is here, they can't touch it. It's too heavy, it's too high, they're too short. They need to move it. So we pick up the irregularities when an unauthorized move puts that from level 2 and 3 on the ground. If it's been moved to the ground without authorization, rip-on, rip-off takes place. I agree with that. But if they fail there, this container must then get moved again out of the controlled area into a processing place where they put it on the transporter's container. That transporter must then drive out of the harbor to a yard where it will be stopped, placed, stored until ready for unpacking, transporting, or whatever its destination is. Highly likely, the moment that truck leaves the control boom by Pier 1 or Pier 2 or New Pier, they will break the seal, take the drugs. Because normal people can have access to that part of the harbor. It's a risk.
Thank you.
That's rip-on, rip-off.
So warrant officer, by the time you get to the depot, that rip-on, rip-off would have failed in transit?
Correct.
Okay. So when you get to the depot, can you still steal without being detected?
You can, but then you need to be part of the depot.
Just explain that.
Well, you would be a staff member, and then you would slowly but surely carry the stuff out of that part of the section. But it would limit you for your access to that side, so it would identify a suspect to us.
And how would somebody other than a civilian, so let's say SAPs, how would they try and steal it?
Drive in when no one's looking, load it in your car and drive out. No one's going to search you.
And on an official basis, so if you, and yeah, I'm not talking about undetected, so if once it's in the depot, how does SAPS get access to it?
The police is allowed to be there. It's part of our duties. If I've got information of the drugs being there, there's elements in the Criminal Procedure Act, the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act, the Medicines Control Act. They allow us certain elements there. We can also rely on the Customs and Excise Act, because we can enforce that. So if you're asking how would a policeman go in there and take it and drive out, you could.
As part of a seizure?
I can't comment if I don't have the facts, Commissioner, and it's leading me for a lot of hearsay.
That's fair.
I really don't want to say something that I've got nothing to do with.
That's fair. So in your instance, where in February 2020, we were not talking about a container, it's in the bonded warehouse. You got the information from SARS because of the previous because of the other counterfeit, the containers containing the other counterfeit. And you get the tip off that they suspect that there is, or by the time you get there, have they already found Mandrax?
So, the original call was there was someone from SARS that was unscrupulous and going to move the tablets.
Okay, so somebody from SARS was going to steal the Mandrax. Okay. I know you've spoken about the scene. You bag it into the exhibit bags. LCRC takes the photographs. What happens next?
From there, it needs to get booked into the SAP 13. So the SAP 13 is relevant to that area, which would have been Isipingo. Did get there. Sorry, Commissioner, Mr. Carry on. Yes. Sorry, Commissioner, Mr. Carry on. I believe I liaised with the station commander. They said they didn't have space in their SAP 13 room. Eventually, some form of agreement was made because they showed me the armory, but it did have weapons and articles in it. And I said, please, let me move the stuff for you. And myself and members from Metro, we then literally manhandled all the gun racks and the rifles and everything into the area, and that gave us space to store the Mandrax tablets inside there. And that's why it is signed for by the exhibit clerk at Isipingo, because he took custody of it.
So are you saying there's no dedicated storage at Isipingo for drugs? You had to use the storage for the armory for that purpose?
No, Commissioner. There is no such thing as a dedicated storage for drugs at a police station. It's a general exhibit storage room. Whether it is safes or a vault or an office or a cell. The items are catalogued and stored as per case, not as per the item. So it is a mixed match of all exhibits, if Commissioner understands that.
But my concern is you needed to move something out to make space for the drugs. So, and that suggests to me that then there is never space for drugs to be stored. The only way you can make space is if you move what is already there to make space for the drugs.
Commissioner, can I say this, if I may? To say that there's no space for drugs would be incorrect. But to say for large-scale seizures, we battle every day. Copper, diesel, illicit diesel. I've got no space to store. Too late now. I've got no place to store it. I rely on SARS for storing it.
Warrant officer, the guns, the armory, and other things, those are always there, right?
Yes. So, Commissioner, those guns did not leave that room. We just moved them and pushed them to the sides to make space so we could put our drugs inside there. The same at Maiden Wharf. Maiden Wharf did us the same courtesy. We move everything and we make space for the exhibits to be stored there.
Is it a case of what you're explaining, that there is no, in any police station, there's nothing like a dedicated exhibit room? Is that what you're saying?
No, Commissioner, that's incorrect. There are dedicated exhibit rooms.
Yes.
There's some beautiful, massive structures at some of our police stations.
Yes.
What I'm saying is there's no specific room to deal with chemicals, flammable substances, hazardous materials, and narcotic substances.
I see, I understand.
Thank you. Can we go to page 267 of the exhibit bundle? Can you just identify that document for us?
(267).
Yes.
It is a hand entry by myself. It is Isipingo SAP 13-163, and it is an entry by myself booking the exhibits in their exhibit bags at Isipingo.
And you're writing out every single exhibit bag?
Yes, Commissioner, with this pen.
And what is the role of the exhibit clerk in this process?
The exhibit clerk is going to take custody of those exhibits until they need to be analyzed, processed, or the end of it. So he is the custodian once I've handed them over to him.
And can you just explain the significance of the description that you use for the exhibits? You specifically say sealed exhibit bag, there's a serial number, and then you say what it contains. Why is that important?
This description comes with the forensic seal on the scene. So it shows that I have not tampered with my seal from CHC. So I have my contemporaneous notes, I have my LCRC member taking photographs of the same process, and I say here, can I read it? So
Yes, you can read
explain it?
one here.
So entry 1, sealed exhibit bag. It's Papa Alpha 3000286215. These are unique numbers. They don't exist anywhere else but on one exhibit bag. Each exhibit bag is unique. It has a barcode, so you can scan it, as well as you can handwrite it. But each bag only exists once in its lifetime, so it's unique. It contains 2 packets with Mandrax tablets. Okay, I should have written suspected Mandrax tablets. But it is the description, and it shows the continuation from the crime scene, and it will show the continuation to the laboratory. So it gives me a quantum and how it's packaged.
Now, in your statement, you say that you then booked it out the next day for analysis.
That's correct, Commissioner.
What was the reason for booking it out?
Commissioner, I received a phone call. I cannot tell you who called me, but it wouldn't have been the station. I wouldn't have taken instruction from the station. It would have been from my management, someone senior. There wasn't an issue at the station. They said their drugs need to go to the lab, people are sick. And I went there myself. And yes, the place, as I explained to you, it was cordoned off. It did stink.
Now, with FSL, do you have to contact them ahead of time to tell them that you're bringing the exhibits to them, or do you just rock up there?
If I'm bringing exhibits for analysis, I can rock up there. It was a Manzamtoti. They were our service provider. But in this case, when I did rock up there, they said, sorry, there's way too much exhibits to fit in our safe. It won't fit. And now I'm stuck with a problem, because I know the police station is closed and everyone's booked off sick. They won't want me back. Where must I take the exhibits? And I believe there was quite a few phone calls made, and eventually, at that stage, I believe it was Brigadier Paramusa and it was Captain Banzi that allowed the authorization of using a part of their vault at Durban Central to store those exhibits. So from Amanzimtoti, we then transported them and they were stored at Durban Central.
Okay. Now, when you book it out for analysis, the intention is to take it to FSL, because only FSL can do the analysis, correct? And the SAP clerk would have countersigned that you're booking it out for analysis. You ultimately don't take it to FSL for analysis because they don't have space, correct?
Correct.
And now it's going to another police station.
Correct.
Isn't there a step missing insofar as the transfer from one police station to another? Because as far as the exhibit clerk at Isipingo is concerned, you've booked it out for analysis. You've attempted to take it to analysis, it hasn't. What steps must you take to rectify the entry with the SAP clerk at Isipingo?
So technically, because I've booked it out at Isipingo, that entry is closed. They won't be worried about that matter anymore. It's now, I've taken responsibility with it, I must deal with it. So me as the warrant officer must now deal with that problem. So the step that I take is now, it's booked in at Durban Central. It went into their books now. So I will then now have to do a chain statement saying I transported all the way and booked in. And I confirm these are the bags booked in, they haven't changed.
But is there a process that is followed? Is there a protocol from transferring exhibits from one police station to another? Or can you just take it, sign it out at the one police station, even if the reason for the signing out is not the correct reason? It may have been at the time when you did it, because you didn't know FSL was going to reject you.
Commissioner, I cannot say that there's a protocol, or I'd rather say I'm not aware of a set protocol when transferring exhibits between stations of correspondence. In my inquiry, I've documented what I've done. My seniors were aware of what I've done. They were aware of where it was. The next issue actually existed was trying to get those exhibits analyzed. because of such a large quantity. And then eventually that led to us, without going for, it was sent for destruction. And that was, again, another issue.
I just need to clarify something. When you book out exhibits from an SAP 13 at a police station and you want to take them to FSL for analysis, why is storage an issue if you are only taking a sample and not the entire set of exhibits, for lack of a better term? I mean, my understanding is that they go to FSL to identify what the substance is for analysis.
Correct.
So you don't need to take 1,000 kilograms of cocaine to FSL. You only need to take a sample. How does it work exactly?
No, that's incorrect.
And why is storage an issue at FSL?
Sorry, Commissioner, that's incorrect. I can say from my personal experience, I've never taken a sample.
Take the whole thing?
The whole thing. Start to finish.
Isn't that a problem? Because if FSL does not have capacity to store everything, then even the exercise of trying to get the exhibits analyzed fails simply because they say we cannot take everything.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So is that a shortcoming in the process that needs to be attended to?
Commissioner, it's ongoing. And you've got it, I cannot say 100%, 220%.
And I was just trying to understand. I wasn't, because I don't know, but it
Commissioner,
seemed
you've
to
got
me
it.
that there was a problem there.
You've got it 100%. Sorry, Commissioner.
What was the storage capacity, do you know, at Amanzimtoti before flood damage? Because from previous evidence, my understanding is that they got into problems after there were floods. That is with regard to storage.
Commissioner, I have been there before the floods. I have been there after the floods. I am aware of what their facility looks like. I'm aware of how it works. It is not conducive to the storage of large amounts of narcotics or precursor chemicals, because that's another item that goes to the lab, precursors. And the precursors usually weigh a lot. And they are very voluminous.
I forget the context now. Maybe my co-commissioners and even the evidence leaders may assist. I seem to recall that in the context of one of the drug busts, a police officer testified that they took only a sample to FSL. I don't know how many bricks or what, in what form exactly the sample was. What would your comment be?
Not on my crime scene, Commissioner.
But besides your crime scenes, how would you comment on that being done or having been done?
Should not have been done.
Can I just to understand your answer for taking the whole consignment to FSL, all the exhibits? Correct me if I misunderstood the evidence. I thought, in fact, the national instruction requires that within 7 days, or maximum 7 days, all of those exhibits must go to FSL. Anyway.
Commissioner, I'm not in a space to challenge a national instruction.
No, I'm asking whether, is there such a national instruction, or did I misunderstand?
There is, Commissioner.
Okay.
But I'm a junior member. What I can say is we do our utmost to comply. Just to give you an idea, if I've got a ton of narcotics, there's very few vehicles you can put a ton in. Then I need to take a team to escort me. I then need to have accommodation for those members, going there, coming back. They must get paid. That paperwork takes some time. So when you've done that paperwork, you are past your 7 days. So, and maybe with the grace of the Commission they will streamline certain processes. But when you have seizures like this, there's always, we can talk back and we can say we learned. I need 10 members to do the armed escort, but we don't have 10 members at DPCI, so I must use NIU, TRT, or Special Task Force. I must then await their commander because I must do an application through my provincial office to them. I'm explaining processes now, but these are all that have to be documented and authorized by senior members, but it must be done.
I guess the essence of what I was checking with you is it's not an option available to SAP 13, whoever's holding his custody, to take only a sample to FSL and retain the balance. No. That was the heart of it. It was, anyway, everything must go to FSL.
Commissioner, if I may. The South American drug cartels, they're brilliant businessmen. We give them that. They have an honor in their institution to produce good cocaine. But let's just say the transporter or the facilitator on the deal is not onerous. So I'm commenting on a case of, let's call it 999 bricks. That's my knowledge. Those bricks don't come from one supplier. They come from various different suppliers. So if we had to really have a forensic laboratory, we could see the difference in the purity on those consignments. We could see this one was cut with petrol. We could see this one was cut with diesel. This one was cut with phenacetin. We could see the different chemical aspects of combining that brick. We could even go so far as to see how much pressure was used to make that brick of 1 kilogram. That's how far they are clever to do it. Why I'm saying, Commissioner, you want the whole shipment to go there. Each one of these bricks is better than a fingerprint. The brick itself is sealed. We've explained that earlier. I explained that. It's wrapped. It has a logo. But when you take that wrapping off, there's another logo underneath. I'm always interested to see whose logo is underneath. Why is cat calling TikTok? Why is it not TikTok and TikTok? Why is it not cat and cat? Why is Maserati sitting on a Puma? So we know there's something happened here. So understand that. But let's just say that's cocaine. But now enter the unscrupulous businessman, or the knocker as we call them. He takes the wrapping. Simple. You cut it, you open it, you take a brick of cocaine out, and you put a brick of flour in. In South African money, I've just made 400,000 rand. I spent 24 rand on 1 kilo of flour. I think it's a good business. I then wrap it with cell phone tape, and I book it in the SAP 13. That's why I would rather say, let's respect that the drug dealers there were onerous. Let's analyze all of them and get the proper analysis. But here comes the final element, Commissioner. What if those drugs contain a substance which is going to be killing the humans of South Africa? We've got a duty to then put a message out, which is what we do. We talk to the UN, we talk to the UN ODC, we do what they call a purple notice, and we can publish. Of these 999 kilos, one of them contained fentanyl. Fentanyl is deadly. Please put the word out. We're going to start finding people dying. So that's why we must analyze all of them. And the other thing is this builds data to work on international trends. This data is stored. It's shared across the world. So that's why, Commissioner, I'd say every single item should be analyzed.
Thank you, Commissioners. The protocol, it's on page 87 of the exhibit bundle, and it's 5.8, which requires all the exhibits, except for Dacha and Kat, to be cut, to be given to the FSL within 7 days in exceptional circumstances. It must be done immediately, but in exceptional circumstances, 7 days. That's at 5.8a on page 87. The heading, submission of illicit drugs for forensic analysis. If I understand what you're saying, Warrant Officer, you don't have an issue with all the exhibits going to FSL. It's the time period to do it within the 7 days that you say is unrealistic in certain circumstances, or in all circumstances. What are you saying?
Another thing maybe the Commission needs to understand, we've gone without S&T. Our commander said to us, guys, please, let's move these drugs. We know that authority hasn't come through. I've paid for 5, 6, 7 TRT guys, put on my credit card at Southern Sun, because we didn't have S&T, but we wanted them out of the province. We wanted them in a safe space. And then we come back and we claim. We get our money back. So it's the diligence and maybe the passion on my side that you're hearing my story. But if you can hear it, what I'm saying is, if you want to do something, you can do it.
Okay. Now, insofar as the exhibits in the 2020 matter is concerned, when were they then? We know that it gets kept at Isipingo for 1 day. You then try to get it to FSL. Thereafter, it goes to, was it Durban Central?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. At Durban Central, don't they then have an issue, the same issue that Isipingo had with it making the members sick? What was the scenario there?
It's a vault, Commissioner. No one's down there. It's locked, it's sealed. It's like a deadly dungeon. No one knows it's even there.
Okay, so Durban Central has a vault. Okay, and Isipingo, it wasn't a vault.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And during the time that it's now at Durban Central, are you required to make follow-ups with FSL until they do have space for you to take the exhibits?
That is correct, Commissioner, and that does take place.
We're talking about 47 kgs of mandrax here. Did you make attempts to try and get it to FSL Pretoria?
I did, Commissioner.
And what was the outcome?
I think it was, over a year and some. We eventually, it was understood the investigation wasn't going anywhere. We couldn't tie the consignment to the suspects, so it was decided that we would dispose of the exhibits. But then we had to follow the correct disposal procedure. There's an 83A completed. Our commanders signed it off. They agree with the entries in the investigation, and it goes to Pretoria. But then we have to take the exhibits to Pretoria with the 83A.
Just tell us what the 83A, the SAP 83A is.
The SAP 83A is a form that we send to the laboratory and tell them what we want done on the exhibits. It goes with a packing note.
So if I can take it to page 114 of the exhibit bundle.
That's right, yeah. It's also on 113, Commissioner.
113 is related to the wine, isn't it?
But it's also on our 83A.
Okay. But the 114 is related to the mandrax.
Correct,
okay.
Commissioner.
So explain how this document comes about.
Commissioner, it is the result of trial for investigation. So usually after a person is found guilty or not guilty, acquitted, whatever, it's the court result. So in this case, it was an inquiry. It went nowhere, so the inquiry was going to be closed. It says there, case closed, yes. Suspects at large, no. There's no date of trial, and it says there specifically, for destruction, mandrake tablets can be destroyed. It's signed by myself, and then that is countersigned by my group commander.
When is the decision made, and who makes the decision as to when it's ready for destruction? So Who makes that decision that these drugs must now be destroyed?
It's a commissioned officer. So in this case, it was, can I say his name?
Yes?
It would have been, I don't know if it was still then captain, but it became Colonel Gopalsamy.
Gopalsamy.
Yeah.
So you, as the investigating officer, you don't make the decision?
No.
And you say it's a commissioned officer, so who would that be? What rank are we talking about?
Captain and up.
Captain and up?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the investigating officer is a captain and up, they can make the decision?
Not for themselves.
Who then makes the decision?
Next person above him.
Okay, so in the case...
So if the captain is the IO, a lieutenant colonel or colonel and higher makes the decision. If the lieutenant colonel is the investigating officer, a colonel and brigadier and higher.
Okay. So in your case, it was then... You can't remember if he was a captain at the time?
He was promoted to lieutenant colonel.
Okay. So he makes the decision. Do you motivate for it?
Yes, I would have written up the diary. I don't know if the diary is here. I would have written up the diary, and it would have been going nowhere in this case.
And how do you come to that decision that it's going nowhere? Just because you don't... Is there a time period, or can you make that decision within 4 months of the case?
No, Commissioner. So you could, but it's case specific. I don't want to say no for that. You could. But in this case, I was dealing with a group of suspects smuggling counterfeit as well. And I had other policemen doing stuff that they shouldn't have been doing, raiding without search warrants, so it compromised part of the operation. But this leg here, for me to say that the person that brought the drugs in had knowledge, I couldn't prove that, because he hadn't taken possession of them.
And when you're giving an instruction, or when you're completing the SAP 83A for destruction, it goes to FSL?
It goes with the exhibits.
Yes, to FSL.
Yes.
Does FSL perform an analysis before they destroy, or can they destroy without an analysis where the instruction is to destroy?
I'm not qualified to answer that 100% correctly.
Okay, so it's something we must ask FSL witnesses. Okay. But in your case, were you interested in an analysis, or you were just interested at this point to get it destroyed because there was no need for it?
Commissioner, in the narcotics field, and maybe you've heard it here when we started today, why do I want an analysis report? Because I received something, the Commissioner already asked me, what is the steps in between of me moving those exhibits? What if it changed? What if that analysis report comes back now saying that it's sugar-coated tablets? I wanted to say that it's methaqualone. I recovered 541 kilos of methaqualone. Give me that accolade. There it is. It's now destroyed. If I've done something wrong, that lab report must then say, hey, this isn't 541 kilos. It's something else. You guys have taken something in between here. So it's a deterrent and an investigative process. That's why I'm saying I'm not qualified to say what the lab does, or whether they do take a sample or whether they don't.
Do you get informed once it's been destroyed?
No.
So you wouldn't know if the Mandrax was destroyed?
No.
And who would have that information? It's already FSL?
I know the person personally, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say it.
No, I just want to know the official that would know. Is that FSL?
It's FSL in Pretoria.
Okay, do they...
And if the matter comes out of Durban, and it has a Durban analyst, then it would be also liaising with the KZN laboratory as well.
Is there anybody from DPCI higher than your rank that would be informed that it's been destroyed? How does DPCI know?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so you never get to know about a DPCI?
I've done one proper disposal, and that was of all the precursor chemicals for a Mandrax lab. And the only reason is we wanted to make sure that it was put in the ground during a landfall. And I've only done one in my whole career.
But then how do you know that your hard work to recover these illicit drugs is not undone by FSL selling them back into the market? If you don't have record that they have been destroyed, and what has been destroyed is the same amount of substances that you recovered and were delivered to FSL, I mean, how can you be certain that your hard work is not being undone at Pretoria?
Commissioner, it's a very valid point, and I agree with you. It's a trust relationship that I must say, yes, I'm happy FSL did their job.
But you don't know that
I
they
don't
did.
know it.
Can I just check this in this discussion? That SAP 83 at page 114, it indicates where you've got the signature of the station commissioner, Gopal Same. Just above that block or that column, there's a completed by, and then it seems to have your signature, and the date is 2023. And yet your statement says they were destroyed in 2021, these tablets. What does that mean?
Okay, Commissioner. I don't see the 2021. I can see I've completed, the form is completed by myself. That is my signature.
Yeah.
The date is 2023-03-28.
Yes.
It's signed by the commanding officer on 28-03-29. Sorry, it could be 08 or it could be 03. My apologies.
I was cross-referencing your statement that we were looking at earlier.
Yes.
In paragraph 8, you say in 2021, 11/12, the FSL Pretoria was able to dispose of the exhibits.
Correct.
Which were conveyed to them for destruction.
Okay,
so that's a
Commissioner.
2021 date here, and here you've got 23. I'm just trying to
Correct,
reconcile
Commissioner.
them.
So this is the question that the commissioners have been asking me now. Now that it's going to be for destroyed, we must now make facilities to transport it. So if I'm correct on this shipment, we had about three cases that we transported up to forensics. They were stored at a certain place and delivered for destruction. But it was done on this date. So we consolidated our transport efforts with our escorts for this date.
Okay, so 2021 is when you sent them.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
So,
and where would you have gotten the 2023 date if the lab doesn't tell you?
so the exhibits are at the laboratory. They've been delivered to the laboratory. Now they want to dispose of it. So they would have asked for a further letter like this. That is why I can understand it now. So we delivered the exhibits. They would have been sent with a packing note. Now the lab says to us, guys, I need you to dispose of this. Please send me a new 83A confirming your intention. I take the 83A, I have it confirmed, and this goes via email, and then they continue with the process.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see that now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So the November 2021, it was just to take it to FSL for analysis and storage.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And then did they contact you about the progress as to what's going to happen now? It's almost 2 years. Or did you say, how did the destruction aspect come into play, if you recall?
Commissioner, I have a working relationship with the laboratory. I can say we called each other often about different cases, and they would say to us the same frustrations that I have. Please, can you get a disposal order, or please, can you make that we can destroy these things? Because it does clog up their storage space. But we were on regular conversations with them.
Okay. Can we then go to the 999 kg seizure?
999?
Yep. The 1,000 kilogram.
Oh, my apologies.
That would have been in July 2021, after the 541 cocaine of June 2021.
Commissioner, I have it in this file as 238.
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, 235 on the front, but it's 238 on the side.
It's 238 is what it's, yeah. Well, can we start with, it's a CJC 238. That's what you mean.
Sorry, Commissioner, I didn't hear you. Can I start with?
Let me just get the correct, that's not where I wanted to start with it. Can I just take you to where I wanted to start?
Sorry, Ms. Nube, which file are we looking at?
We're still in that file one, Commissioner. I just want to take you to the correct, 297 is where we're starting. But it's CJC 235. But page 297.
I have it, Commissioner.
Sorry, this is a different.
It's the Maiden Wharf 1,000 kg bust.
Maybe then let me ask a question that I had wanted to ask previously. In this 2020 transaction, or operation, you have an inquiry number.
Correct, Commissioner.
Not a case number or docket
Correct.
number. Can you just explain how you obtained that or how you obtained that?
So, to do my job correctly, I need a case number. That gives me the power and a lot of other things that I need to do for the investigation. An inquiry number, it's generated on the the CAS system from the police. So I can get it by asking my commander to register it. We have a clerk that maintains our database and our CAS system, so they could register it for us. And then that's how the inquiry number is registered. The difference is between the CAS and the inquiry. We cheated the police system to get DNA. You cannot log DNA on the database with an inquiry. It wouldn't capture it. So we opened a case. If the Commission understands that. So for me to get my DNA captured, I needed to open a docket, even though I didn't have a suspect. And usually a drug case is a straight charge on the police system. So straight away they start phoning you. Charge your suspect, where's your suspect, what's going on? So the moment you open a drug case without a suspect, it causes a red flag in the police, especially for my managers. But the case number allowed me to load the DNA at the laboratory, because that's how the system worked at the time. I don't know if it's changed now. So we hotwired the system.
When you say you asked your commander to register or to get it registered for you, is it because you can't make the request? Just explain that line of authority.
That is correct, Commissioner. I'm not in a position to register my own cases and inquiries. An officer has to do it for me.
Because this is your case?
No, because it's
why?
procedure.
Yeah, that procedure, what I'm trying to understand is it because you as the investigating officer, as a matter of procedure, as an investigating officer, you are not authorized to make a request, or the prescripts are such that only your commander or someone senior to you can request an inquiry? I'm trying to understand how the system works.
The last section, Commissioner, is correct. I can ask, it used to be a lot easier, but now with our audits and stuff, it has tightened up. The procedure is at the moment, before I open an inquiry, I must have a senior commissioned officer, my senior, authorize that the inquiry be opened. And then they will open it, they will put the correct crime code, whatever is relevant to it, and then they will allocate it to me. I will then sign for it, and then I'll also sign for it in the register. With a docket, if I'm active on a crime scene, I am able, because I'm taking over that crime scene, I can register that docket and take that docket straight from there. But it's just the inquiry that is different.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. 297. Can you just tell us, start out by how you got involved in the 1,000 kg bust?
This was weeks of work. This is what I think the Commission has seen as the Eriton case. This is the backbone of the Eriton case. We began stopping sugar, dog food, bone food, then car parts. When I say car parts, parts to build trucks, all linking back. So the commodity changed. The intelligence at first was that it was inside sugar, all coming from South America. Then they changed from sugar to it was dog food. From dog food it came to bone meal and bone marrow and frozen offal, if I can say that word. Then they changed their commodity to truck parts. How I would understand it is the syndicate needed to move a large quantity. So they needed a company that was moving large containers out of that port. If you understand that port in Sao Paulo, you know where that commodity comes from. There's one road that comes down from Scania where the trucks are built. It's one road. And the syndicate owns that road. So they needed to find something in large amounts. So it was either bulk shipments of fruit, bulk shipments of waste. You cannot just send one container because it must look legitimate. So we were intercepting, I've got the dates if the commission wants it. We started, I've searched hundreds of containers before the seizure, hundreds. 10 at a time, 20 at a time, 1 at a time. But at the end of the investigation, a phone call was received by my senior then, Colonel Mudley, that some policemen were asking questions about some containers that had been lodged at a yard in Maiden Wharf. And we said, yes, at this stage we developed a relationship with Scania. And they then said, hey, there's policemen asking about this container. Do you know about it? They're not from your office. We said, no, but we're going to go look straight away. We got there, the policeman had left. The containers were in the yard. They were present. Myself and my colonel had a look at the containers, and I can say from my experience, I identified one container that set off my alarm bells. If the commission wants me to tell you why, I can tell you why. It's difficult to say that a container is a rip-off container. It's difficult to say that a container has got a hidden compartment. It's difficult to say that a container has got false anything in it, unless you literally unpack that container, or you put it through the scanner and have a look. Let's not go there if we can. In this case, the seal looked legitimate. Let's just say that. The seal, the container seal looked legitimate. It was part of a legitimate cargo. The giveaway was the South American customs seal. It wasn't in the sequence of what I had experienced because I've been working on this case, on the type of seal. And it was different to the other 4 containers that I'd seized under the same shipment. That was my indicator to start with that container. And I was right. Because when we opened that container, the exhibits were there.
Can we go to CJC 195? It's the first document in Exhibit File 1.
Can I have it? I have it, Commissioner.
Can you identify that for us?
Yes, that's LCS depot. And the container I'm talking about is the container on the left.
What color?
It's green. UACU 562699, am I correct? Stroke 4. That one, yes.
The green one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So why are all the other 4 containers there?
It is part of the same shipment. So it's the same commodity code, it's the same shipper, or it's the same consignee, and it's supposed to have the same product going to the same place. They're also from the same origin, also from the same vessel.
So the information that you got was not container specific?
No.
How often would one get information that is container specific? Give you with the exact container number saying that's the container that has the drugs?
Often.
Okay, so it could happen, it does happen.
Yes, it does.
And then you would just ask for that container to be released?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't there a possibility that by just asking for that container to be released, other potential containers could slip through the cracks?
Correct, Commissioner. If I use the word shotgunning, so let's just say I had 100 containers split between two vessels, so call it 60 containers on the one vessel, 40 on the other. I then phone law enforcement, I say to them, go to that green container, it's going to make you look good. I go there and I leave the rest of the shipment to come through. How many tons do you think I could have pushed through the border? Unchecked, because we're too busy checking the one container. So the idea is, I can show you how we stopped. We literally stopped the whole consignment. So Scania itself was running at a loss because we kept on interdicting their containers. And we were saying to Scania, your risk is in Sao Paulo, because it's in Sao Paulo that they're loading the cocaine. So either you are doing it, your staff itself is loading it in the trucks, or when you release that container to the harbor, they are doing it. You need to take it up with them. We as South Africans are going to carry on interdicting your containers. So don't bother us. Let's rather work together and stop this drug trafficking, which is what they did.
So, Warrant Officer, if you had received the information about only the green container, shipment number and all of that, would you have just detained the green container, or would you have pulled for these other 4 containers or any containers for this with the same shipper?
I would have pulled those containers and all the other containers as well.
But in this instance, you didn't get information about just a specific container, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm asking in reference to
sorry,
the...
my correction, Commissioner. How I understood it, my commander received information that there were policemen asking questions about these containers. Which container it was, I wasn't sure. If my commander at that stage had that information, I'm sure he would give that information. But I understood that there was the policemen were interested in those containers in that yard at LCS. LCS is right next to the Cutler complex in our restricted area in the harbour. So literally you would have come out of the harbour, turn left, you're in LCS.
This was the same shipper?
Correct.
Okay. The Oratile drugs, was it also the same shipper?
Correct.
But that came on a later date? The arrival was later, or was it on the same vessel?
It could have been the Polonia. So the main vessels was the Colonia, the Polonia, the Norma, the Savannah, the Nile Dutch Breda. They were all MSC vessels. No disrespect to MSC, because they were just a vessel.
So it could have been but it wouldn't have been one of the containers that were identified as being the containers that were suspected narcotics.
Correct. So they were under the impression that one of those containers had narcotics in. How much, I don't know. Where it was in the container, I also do not know.
Okay. So in my questioning of you regarding if the information that you receive, the intel that you receive, is about a specific container number given, one container, are you just calling for that container, or are you calling for more containers to avoid, as you call, the shotgun?
I'm calling for all.
From the same shipper?
Same shipper.
Okay.
And I'll also look if they've had what they call a groupage with possibly another shipper on the same vessel, loaded at the same port.
Now, is that protocol, or is that just based on experience? Are your guys taught to not be fooled by the intel that you get, that it's just one container?
Commissioner, it's not protocol, it's experience, it's working relationship, and it's training from the necessary role players in the environment. It's learned.
And if a warrant officer knows that, presumably a captain and a colonel should know that.
I don't want to answer that.
Okay, you don't have to. Please continue. So these are the containers, you identify the green one. What do you do?
The green one, this photograph, the seal has already been removed in this image, and the custom seal was removed. It's a blue aluminium custom seal with a stainless steel barb that goes through it. It's very unique, and that's what gave it away. But in this case here, it was the first case that I had recovered with a duplicate seal inside the container. Some of the times we'd found the rip-on, rip-offs where the packet or parts of the seal had been discarded, but we'd never recovered a complete duplicate seal. On the right-hand side of this container, as you open the door, there's an image here.
I think it's page 4.
There's an image at number 2, but they're not in the correct sequence. Number 4, you can actually see the duplicate seal.
This would have been, what, the original seal or one that would be used once the container is open?
Commissioner, let's say that both seals aren't original.
Okay.
How do we know which one's original? They're that good. It locks, it looks, the numbers are correct, everything is on it. So if we are using yellow seals, they will use yellow. If we change to blue, they'll change to blue. If we change to green, they change to green. They are up to date with our current risk strategies.
Thank you.
May continue.
Once I'd opened the container and seen what was inside there, I've been briefed. There's an international operation called Operation Black Bag. It is a project run by the United Nations. It's exactly that. They document these bags, these travel bags. And I've done a few recoveries of these bags like this. So my immediate suspicion was, thank you, that would be cocaine. Let me process the scene completely. I just closed the doors, and then we started the process of rolling out all the necessary crime scene experts.
And who did you call?
First, it would have been through to our commanders. So between myself and Colonel Moodley, we would have notified all our necessary seniors. We would have notified LCRC. I believe I would have called FSL as well, told them, listen, we've got a large seizure, but it's just for their heads up. And we got stuck in and started processing the scene.
And so, do you wait for LCRC to arrive?
Yes, Commissioner. No, we waited for LCRC. We waited for members from, I think, Metro Street Crimes Unit arrived on the scene. They came to assist us and back us up. The members from ORS arrived on scene, and they were told to stay and assist us as well.
And how do you know before you open the container that you're dealing with a rip-on, rip-off? Or when do you realize it?
Before I opened the container, I've told the Commission, my first indicator was the seal was wrong. So if I'm looking at these containers, so my hunch is saying, open this one, open this one. I'm not saying it's a rip-on, rip-off, because it could have been in the car parts or anything. I don't know if I explained that earlier. It's only once you've opened the wrapping do you see what's on the inside. So this one here, the only time I knew it was a rip-on, rip-off, once I'd opened it. And that's when I saw that, I knew that was rip-on, rip-off. And that is correct. That is the procedure where they put them in the bags. They break the seal, they take all that out, they put that seal back on to look like the container hasn't been tampered with, and they remove the narcotics.
Okay. If we can then go to page 313 of that same exhibit bundle. This is the LCRC photo album. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm here, Commissioner. Commissioner.
So that's the duplicate seal that we see there.
Sorry, it actually starts earlier, Commissioner.
Okay, do you want to show us something earlier?
So the Madam Commissioner asked me earlier about the working environment. Here in photo 1, page 309, here you can see a straddle carrier working while we were there. So you can see it's a working environment, it's a working space. It's again repeated in photo 2. Then in photo 5, the door is opened, you can see the cab from the Scania truck.
And who's present when you open the container?
It would have been the security manager from LCS. It would have been the shipping agent as well, my colonel, myself, and then from this process on, LCRC was present the whole time as well.
And what authority do you have to open the container? What do you need and what did
the
you
Drugs
have?
and Drug Trafficking Act, Commissioner.
Okay. Was there any permission that you required from anyone?
No, and they'd also, they had our working relationship and they consented to us searching their containers as well. The other thing is we weren't going to incur them any costs by moving that container to one of our facilities to unpack it. And the other thing is when you're dealing with these cabs, they cost a fortune. If you move them, you dent them, they run at a loss. So we try and work together so we don't damage their property as well. So they say, guys, here you go, tell us what you need, we make space available.
And by they you mean Scania? Who
No,
are you talking
this
about?
is LCS.
Okay. But it is a Scania container.
The product inside the container belongs to Scania. The containers themselves belong to other people. The yard belongs to LCS.
Okay, so in this instance, I'm just trying to establish whose permission do you need in order to open the container? Who must be present when you open the container?
Technically, I wouldn't have to have permission to open that container, but we were being polite and we asked permission. They had also raised the concern that there was irregular questions asked about that container. So they said to us, we can go ahead and search that container. So in terms of the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act, I had the authority to search that container. But I also had their full consent to search that container. Because if they didn't want any drugs inside that container, because if the rip-on happened and they damaged those trucks, they would have been liable.
And is that consent given in writing? Or is it
No,
verbal?
it was verbal. I'm not sure if it was filed in the inquiry, but there is statements from the LCS owners on board, because they also gave us all their surveillance footage and everything on board when the trucks came in, how they were moved, how the policemen came to ask. We had that digitally as well.
Okay, then if I could ask you to explain the photograph at 314.
.314 is a seal, a duplicate to the main seal on the door.
And is this the same seal that we see in picture 313?
Yes, it is, Commissioner. It's just the lighting and the print.
Okay. And at 315, it's taken out of the packaging.
So just to go to the photograph on 314, you'll see the seal is taken out of a packet, but you'll see it's been swabbed for DNA. I wanted to know who put that seal inside that container.
We know that it has been swabbed for DNA because of that bag.
Yes,
that how
and then
we
the
know?
crime scene experts always put the bag so you can get the bag number to reference to your crime scene.
Okay.
That's how. And then it'll be on the record as well, Commissioner.
Okay. So just 315, the seal is then removed from the packaging. Was it removed by your team at 315?
I removed it because I was the crime scene manager. I was handling that exhibit, and I packaged it in an exhibit bag as an exhibit.
I think then if we can go to 319, you mentioned the unwrapping. When does this also happen at the scene?
Correct, Commissioner?
Just explain to me why you do this at the scene. Just explain to me why you do this at the scene, at photo 19.
There was a lot of bags. I stand corrected on the amount. So what I needed to do was show how each bag was packed differently. So to me, it's different people packing bags. I need to see, is it one person, is it different syndicates, different groups? And then each bag, I then package separately. I don't put them all in a pile and then just sort them into, because if there was a question, as I raised earlier, what if there was an untoward substance? I want to know which bag it came from, at what stage of the investigation, and where it was found in the container. So it's a methodical process of each bag got processed one at a time.
And when do you do the presumptive test?
I think I took a random one. Sorry, Commissioner, it's like a celebratory thing. Okay, which one are we going to do? Okay, go for that one there. Go it. I make a small hole. I do a nick test. It's a presumptive test. I know how to do it. Take a tiny bit of powder, put it in the item, crack the skin, change color, celebrate. We know we're positive. It's still suspected cocaine, though. The lab must still give me the indefinite on that.
And the presumptive test, is it a kit that is given, that you have at the office, that you take with you to the scene? What is it? What are we talking about?
Sorry, no, Commissioner. That's one of the other tools, as explained earlier, self-obtained.
You buy it at your own cost?
I believe these were obtained during some of the training interventions that I attended. And the facilitators would then give us whatever they had to use.
And on page 320? Oh, sorry.
Just to understand this. So ordinarily, this is not supplied. The kit is not supplied by the SAPS. So in the normal course, if you're doing a bust like that, you're at a scene like that, and you don't have the kit, which ordinarily people wouldn't have unless, like you, they somehow have procured them, you would do what? You'd simply seal whatever you're finding in the bag and then enter in whatever record and then take it to storage, hopefully straight to FSL. Is that how it would play out until it is tested?
Actually, Commissioner, I like that question, thank you. Let's say I didn't have a nick test, a presumptive test. In this case, I use a wipe. I don't know if we used a sachet test, but that was a cocaine wipe. You just wipe it and the whole thing changes color. It's phenomenal, but it does stink and burn your hand a little bit, so you must use gloves.
Page 320, there's something, is that
Yes,
what you're looking
320,
for?
correct.
Yes.
So there, all I've done is I've just lifted the top and exposed, get to it, take a small. Commissioner, with these bags being sealed like this, the other indicator I could have used here was a dog, a trained narcotics canine. I mentioned in the Mandrax we used the SARS dog, tequila. The same would have applied. A dog would have reacted to this. And then the other thing is, it's my environment. I should be sensitized to what the current trends are. It's supposed to be my field of, let's say the word expertise. I'm supposed to be a subject matter expert. So if I see it, it's the duck story, Commissioner. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a duck. But unless you pull the feathers off, it's not a duck. So in this case, it did everything until the lab tells me, and they pulled the feathers off, it's a duck. So I still say it's suspected cocaine. But in this case, what would the normal policeman do? One, if he's not qualified, call someone that is qualified. In the olden days, SUNUP was called out to the scene. They were qualified. If I didn't have a nick test, hey guys, call a drug dog, let the drug dog run. The drug dog would sit, that's an indicator. Bark or whatever it did, that's an indicator. There used to be electronic devices, sniffer devices, but I'm aware that they don't exist anymore, or not able to be used, because that device would have been able to touch it and give me an indicator. Remember, it's not an analysis. It's an indication that it is what it is. So, Commissioner, that is where we are. But as a normal policeman, he wouldn't have got to where I was.
Thank you.
Normal or ordinary policemen, do they know, or would they know from training or whatever, that if they happen upon a narcotics scene, such as you did, they would have to, they should or they must call the dog unit, get a sniffer dog? Is there anything that guides that police officer?
Commissioner, I have sight of the basic narcotics identification program, which is presented to the student constables, and then there is the basic narcotics identification course, and then the courses go up from that. I have sight of it. And as Commissioners asked now, the guidelines on handling and touching those substances are taught to the students. Don't touch it, it does this, it reacts with you like this, these are uppers, these are downers, and the hazards that the stuff go with them. But the crime scene investigation techniques that go with them, and the type of scenes and the packaging of those exhibits is taught to the South African police. And that is current.
My specific question, that would include that you get a sniffer dog. I ask because we've had evidence where police officers with no experience in drug busts have looked and said, yes, this is cocaine, and they moved on. And basically, they handled the suspect goods. So my question has that kind of history to it, that police officer knew or knows as part of training, that ordinary police officer knows as part of training that I've happened upon a narcotics scene, I must get K9. Including together with the other things that you list as saying they are in the manual. One of them is they know that I have to get a dog to come in and sniff and confirm it is what it is before I move the stuff.
It's advisable, Commissioner. I still do it, and even with, let's just say, my work experience. I will still call a colleague, hey guys, I need a dog. The police guys will tell me, hey, we don't have a dog, they're too old, or they can't come up, they can't get there. I will then phone people that have accredited dogs privately. Please bring your dog, they come, they give me a statement, it's videoed, the dog reacts. Manachar is an example. A good colleague of mine brought his dog there. He works for a security company, and his dog reacted at every single bag. So it can be done.
Warrant Officer, I'm asking a different question, and my question is really more to understand the training aspects or prescripts, if you like, that if a police officer who doesn't have your experience happens upon a drug or a narcotics scene, are they in breach of their training or a prescript, if at all, if they just proceed to handle this without, for example, having a test or calling LCRC or even a dog to come search and confirm that these are narcotics? I'm asking the kind of question whether out of training, would you expect or must a police officer do that?
Commissioner, with your leave, I'd like to add one word to your question. Would the lack of training result in that answer? Or the non-exposure to continuous training in that field, I believe, is going to give you your answer. You can receive the training, but if you're not updated to current trends, current processes, for instance, heroin, Durban has a very unique method of selling heroin. It's in capsules. The capsules are indicative to certain syndicates. It's a trademark. Now that, I'm told, moves between Gauteng now. They've also started following it. You don't ingest the capsule. It's just merely a sale vessel. Same as a cocaine block. Maserati, cocaine, red and white. You even heard them at one stage, the Teddy Mafia. If you as a policeman now are only seeing for the first time in college an orange and white capsule with a green logo on it, with TM on it, you think, oh, that's heroin. But now when I go and search this lady over here, and she's only got white capsules in, which is the current status in Wentworth. Oh, that's not heroin, let's leave her, she can go. There she walks off with 30 capsules of heroin, because I'm not up to date with the current crime trends in the area. So narcotics is a specialized field. Either you want to work with it, or you don't. Don't dabble in it, because you're going to make a mistake or get sick.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, we are about to adjourn, but Advocate Selo wants to address you on 611. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow, Chair. The witness may be excused until tomorrow. He's been subpoenaed to appear in a criminal case for the rest of the week, but he indicated that he'd only be called later in the week, so he's made himself available for tomorrow, and he has cleared it with the necessary authorities on that side.
Thank you. Warrant Officer, we are adjourning until 9:30 tomorrow. Let us see you here at that time. In fact, you should be here before that time.
I will be, Commissioner.
Thank you. Let's adjourn.
Hey, good news.